Hello there, and welcome back to Construction Simulator. Yes, we're back on it for another round of one one contract, one job. Yeah, these jobs they get so long that sometimes you just end up on one. Um, Before we get started, there was a few things I do need to talk about real quick. So if you want to skip it, just obviously, just use the little view thing down at the bottom. Uh, the little I don't know what it's called, but yeah, the little progress bar, little video progress bar down at the bottom. Just use that to skip over if you so wish. But I would like to mention first that um, welcome to the new subscribers that we got over the weekend and over the past week. I know we lost a few and then we gained a few, so we really didn't go anywhere, but that's fine. Sometimes subscribers come and go. Sometimes you get bot accounts and YouTube removes them. You get bot accounts that subscribe to your channel, and then YouTube removes the bot account or the spam account or scam account, whichever you want to call it, and then it removes all the subscription so that they were subscribed to. It removes that number, ticks down. Hey, it's fine though. Um, or people unsubscribe for whatever reason. Up to them. But welcome to some of the new ones. We did get back up to where we were. The second thing I want to mention is um, the reason that we did not have a episode last episode. If you weren't here for any of the other episode stuff from any of the other series, or you weren't paying attention to the community tab, which is just fine. You don't have to pay attention to that, but that's where the community tab is where I put all my information in when episodes are going to be missed or schedules change, stuff like that. That's where you'll find the information. It will be there eventually. If it isn't right before an episode goes out or gets missed or whatever, it'll be there eventually. Why? Sometimes you're not always able to put the reason up beforehand. You have to put it up afterwards with apologies and all that. So apologies of when we missed episodes last week and all that stuff. Yada yada yada. But I was sick. That is the reason we did not have an episode last week. Is because I was sick and I was not in any state. I was barely in a state to even do a half-hour episode, let alone a 5 hour, a 4 to 5 hour episode. So yeah, yeah, if you are new here, welcome. You will also notice too that this video is probably extremely long. That usually is how these go. So it's mostly unedited gameplay for about 99.9% of the time. So that's how they usually work. Um, yeah, we will be going back into multiplayer, so should be a good time. And yeah, thanks for joining in for this long 4 to 5 hour episode. It's gonna be a long one. Let's get on into it. Okay, looks like we are just about all together here. As far as the game goes. Alrighty. So yeah, like I said, I got the patch notes up here for update 3. Um, so new features, we've got option to assign tasks to coworkers in multiplayer mode via the quick selection for jobs. Alright. Spoken language for dialogue can now be adjusted separately from the text language. Added turn signal indicators in the vehicle info display. The location of where construction materials can be bought or collected from is now displayed in the planning menu in the description of the tasks. It's displayed in the planning menu in the description of the tasks. Okay. Oh, the
So,
location where you can buy those materials is now in the description.
okay, I gotcha.
All right. It took me a second to decipher it.
And I think it's cool that you can put certain tasks on certain people, but it's like, what does that exactly mean?
I guess that means I can assign you a job if I want it. Like, you go do this. This is your task
And I guess that does make sense for like multiplayer.
for bigger.
Like if you're not talking, it's just like, okay, you're going here, this is your thing, XYZB, you know.
You know. We also got attraction when cargoes are being placed can now be disabled in the settings menu.
Oh, that's so nice. There have been so many times trying to put something down and it won't.
It won't go exactly, or won't go
It
into
gets
the
stuck
spot.
being pulled to one side.
Mm. So now you can disable that. All right. Bug fixes and game improvements. Here's the meat and potatoes of the update here. I'm sure there should be anyway. Reduced fuel consumption and maintenance reduction when machine is occupied but not driving. Wait, really? So that was a thing? So it would consume fuel in maintenance when a vehicle was occupied but not driving. So you'd be sitting in a machine in multiplayer and you just run down the maintenance and fuel, even though you weren't using it.
Fuel, I could understand.
Yeah, fuel makes
Maintenance,
sense.
no.
Yeah. So they fixed that, or they reduced it. They didn't. I mean, it's not completely gone, but it's reduced, apparently. Improvements on handling function modifier keys for controllers and joysticks. Sure. I mean, whatever the heck that means. Whatever the improvements actually are. Improved some situations where crashes can occur. That's always good. General UI improvements and fixes. Okay. Graphics polishing and fixes. Okay, so they did some more of that. And then just general improvements and fixes for jobs. I mean, those are always good too. Because I know sometimes we get into those situations where the jobs aren't synced and a restart is required in order to fix that. They also added a DLC, Kramer DLC, which comes with a new loader, two new loaders, like a tiny little Bobcat-sized loader. I think they're called telehandler, and yeah, so there's not much in it. That was DLC came with the update. So yeah, that's about it. I know I probably just stood there and everybody get to watch that, but because I didn't have if the update was smaller, I would have had a picture screen overlay, but that's all right. Nice. There's a camera. IDY.
Yeah, they did add some stuff, but it's kind of hard to notice if you only use one brand of thing. It's like, has that always been there?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, there's a big argument on Steam um, whether they should have went with the DLC or not, considering given the game's state
Hmm.
in some aspects. And yeah,
And what's the over under on that?
I no idea. I don't know who's winning that one. My opinion is that DLC was it was inappropriate for given the game's state. I mean, it's a lot better in single player. I would guess that it's a lot more stable, but given some
Well,
of
you've
that
seen what
stuff,
happens when I pick stuff up.
yeah, like and with the vehicles handling, the
I,
graphical stuff, and
I'm kind of curious if the way the vehicles handle is how they meant it, but they never tested how they handle on rough terrain that's not intentional.
seems the trees are improved. I always use this tree by this building for reference over here. It's not as blurry as it used to be. That thing used to be just a blur all the time. Yeah, it
I mean,
seems to look a lot better than it did.
it looks better for you, but now the rest of the world looks like it's made with a pastel. Everything else looks like shit.
Well, yeah, from far away it seems. Yeah,
Like
I
it
mean
didn't
it.
used to look like that. It looks like the.
Oh,
Actually, I am going to say this. Maybe our graphics got changed, our settings, because my sound settings had been changed. So you might
mm.
want to check your graphic settings.
Well, yeah, my graphic settings are also reduced though too.
Yeah, mine are as well, but like my sound settings had been changed.
Yeah, mine are all. I don't know if mine were at 30% before, but it's definitely still 30. It's definitely still low. It's not.
Hey,
Weird.
I'll be playing with polygons at this rate. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, my LOD LOD bias is still, or it was reduced from ultra to high, just because my graphics card is still failing. So it's I mean. Yeah, some distance models are still, they're still flat, basically 2D image style,
Mhm.
like made of Play-Doh almost. I'd say definitely improved though, as far as more up close and personal. It's still not the best. But yeah, I definitely think that there should be a lot more fixes before they start asking for money for DLC. Now, the other side of the argument is the reason that they released the DLC was to help pay for the game's fixes, to help
But the
keep.
game shouldn't need fixes to be paid for. The
Well,
game should be sent out in a state where it doesn't need fixed.
now that's
When
100%
people
true,
buy the game,
but
it shouldn't need fixed.
what would have helped definitely a lot in the long run, in the longer game here,
Early
where
access?
early access, yeah. Early
That
access
way,
would have definitely helped. You pay for the game, so you're still helping the game's development, and then people don't feel like you're trying to screw them by asking for money for a DLC. If because if you ask for money in early access, if you ask for a DLC for or money for a DLC in early access, people then go, well, it's early access. There's still problems. They're asking for a little bit more money, $6-7 from someone if they want to help,
mhm.
keep the game getting better and better. Then it's just like you don't get in a situation where people feel like um, they're being screwed by the developer, because
Yeah.
there's too many times nowadays where AAA titles, AAA companies, these billions and billions of dollars worth of companies, trillions even. in some, in a lot of aspects. These huge games that come out in an unplayable state, people pay 60, 120, 150, $160, sometimes, just exorbitant amounts for these games that are just damn near unplayable a lot of the time, and they feel like they're getting screwed over by the development side of the video game industry. So um, when you've got that going on, even with smaller companies, um, people are going to feel like they're being screwed over because they're asking for DLC here. So to me, it just feels inappropriate. It would have been a lot better if it was an early access title. I would have more than gladly, if I had the money, of course, but I would have more than gladly said, "Oh, you want to, a little bit of cash? How about a Patreon account or something?" And then say, "Hey, if you want to
Well, they're a
donate
big
to
enough
help."
company that, you know, they made the first construction sim and this one. It's like, at what point is enough enough? It's like a Patreon for a company, Patreon for an individual, and then that individual becomes a company.
Well, to me, a Patreon account, you're not demanding something. You're more like, if you want to help us, produce or finish the game faster, if it's an early access, that is, obviously.
Yeah.
It'd have to be in a state where it's just like, yeah, we're still developing this game, but here's the game as is. Expect bugs and stuff like that.
Yeah, and that's a terrible thing that's been happening lately.
Yeah, a lot of these AAA companies, they release these big, multi-million-dollar games in poor states, and people spend all this money, and it's just people are just they're becoming to the point where they're not trusting anybody anymore. So that's why indie developers, small development companies, and early access stuff has become so popular, is because everybody's moving away from those bigger companies because they're tired of getting screwed.
Yep. All right, so I found something, if it matters. Wheel loader capacity for the bucket. The one we have is middle of the pack. The
Wait,
Case 1021G has the second highest, and it's like over double the Cat's.
for what, the wheel loader?
Yeah, the bucket capacity.
That's something new because I don't.
Yeah, I'm looking at this online. Like we have the Cat excavator, biggest capacity. The wheel loader, the Doosan has 3400, the Case has 3300, and the Cat 950M has 1385.
Hold on. Vehicle dealer. I still have a broken controller. So which is the biggest for the wheel loaders?
Wheel loader, it's the Doosan. It's 3417. The Case is 3336. The Cat 950M is 1385.
So wheel loader. You said the Atlas was the biggest?
Atlas, the Doosan DL 550-5.
Oh, there's two of them. So, well, there's the Atlas L310.
Atlas L3.
But there's also there. Yeah, I wish they would tell us here in the game. That'd be nice.
Not Atlas, but Doosan.
So Doosan is the biggest, you say?
Yeah, they're under their own thing. They're orange.
Yeah, I'm looking at wheel loaders as a filter.
Yeah, and it's the Doosan DL 550-5.
Okay, and it's not the Case 1021G then?
The second largest is the Case 1021G. The Doosan is 34. The Case is 3300. So you're
So
missing out on less than 100 or less than 100 total.
I was
But
just curious because
if you want to stick with our own area, then yeah, case would be the second biggest.
I mean, I don't mind going Deucin and stuff like that. It's just the case was the case the way the loader picture the way the picture is makes the bucket look much more massive than the Deucin. So I guess it's a bit of a
Yeah,
but in sheer numbers,
it's
then
only 100 more. Not even. It's not even only 100 more, but
we'll go ahead and purchase the Deucin then. Biggest and the best. That's what I'm after. Although I do like Cat. If there's something a lot better, then
yeah, like the thing with Cat in this case is it's 1385. It's like not even half.
so what is that in? Like
The wheel
metrics?
loaders.
Like what's the actual metric that they're measuring off of?
Capacity. Fuck if I know. It's
Oh.
just the capacity in units. The excavator's
Yeah, what
the
is
Cat
the
excavator's 1166, so it's
so
smaller than the Caterpillar wheel loader.
so it doesn't have like an actual specific unit that it's measuring off of?
No, it doesn't.
Sad.
They're all the same unit because like dump ratings, we have the Cat 745C. It's 7279. The Deucin is 8129. The Kenworth T880 with builder D77S5 is 7937.
I have no idea.
So yeah, I'm looking. That would be the Kenworth dump truck.
The Kenworth that wait, we don't so the Kenworth is the most?
It's the second most behind the
Oh.
Deucin articulating.
Okay, so Deucin is the most dump truck.
Yeah, supposedly
Okay.
according to this, and it's the DA40.
I'm looking in the wrong spot. I need to go to the map. I always forget the buttons.
All asphalt dumpers are the same. Concrete mixers doesn't really matter.
Yeah, concrete mixers are not that. That's not not the most worrisome thing. The thing we do the most is digging.
Yeah.
So pay attention to that. But yeah, as far as the DLC goes, I don't know. I think they could have done a lot better with this game, or been like, oh yeah, let's just release it. It seems to be released in a rush state. So at that point, it doesn't matter how big you are. I think you should still go to early access instead.
Yeah, I mean, it would have looked both not good and, for a company like that.
Yeah, because this company's it's not big by any means when compared to AAA company.
But I wonder.
But they're still big though.
Pride or what it could be.
Yeah. That's why I'm always for companies going, open to the public as far as what's going on. I'm always for that.
Especially after release, it's like, don't just be quiet. It's like,
Yeah, you're
say it, but it's early access. If you want a refund it. But we are actually only in early access. This wasn't a fully finished game.
Because people respond better, and it's already been proven. It's already been shown. People respond a lot better when you tell them what's going on, rather than being silent for a long time and then all of a sudden coming out and saying, "Hey, a few game developers have done this and have failed spectacularly. They'll come out after like a year of silence or whatever, no fixes, no nothing. Then they'll come out and say, "Here's the DLC. We want you to pay money for this DLC." It's just like, what what's been going on? And then they're just like, oh yeah, well if we and then they'll come out and finally say, we were trying to raise money for to do more fixes and stuff like that, we couldn't get the funds, so we're releasing this DLC. It's just like, yeah, just tell us that in the first place, rather than just staying silent about everything. Because a lot of them smaller dev companies, the ones that are under 50 employees, people seem to have a lot more better relationship with them type of companies, because a lot of them are more open and stuff like that. And that kind of stuff, telling people what's really going on. Maybe you don't have to give them everything, all the info that's going on. Just give them a bit of information. Just like that's what the community tab on YouTube was invented for. For creators with like me, when I got sick and stuff last week, just let people know what's going on, and I follow that as well. And people are more responsive than me just not uploading any videos and not saying anything. And people are going to say, oh, well, he's not uploading videos anymore, so I guess he doesn't upload anymore, so I'm going to unsubscribe and go somewhere else. People are more responsive when they feel like they're in the loop, basically.
Yeah.
And especially, games that I care about. I definitely like when companies are definitely more open, because games like Satisfactory are more open, and they've gotten a huge positive response from that, of what's going on, and them changing a lot of stuff, and people are just like, oh yeah, sounds good, do it. So here you go. Let's travel. I mean, I'm glad that this company is fixing the game. They are going for it and fixing it and saying, here's our roadmap, we're fixing the game. But, it also kind of seems like it was almost like they expected the game to not be...
their hand.
Yeah, they expected the game to not be finished when they released it. So that might be also why people are a little bit upset, because it just feels like they're they're not being fully 100% truthful with everything. It's just like, yeah, just release to early access if it's not going to be finished when you release it. Just go to early access, and people then will go, oh yeah, it's an early access, so there'll be a lot less angry people when there's bugs and stuff. I need to find a contract here. Let's contract. No, campaign. That's what I want. All right, what do we want to do? We got a marina. We got a shipyard.
Let's finish that one and hope it's better than the fucking container hotel.
Let's see, the marina, it looks like it's one of those small docks for like speedboats and stuff. Alrighty. Well, this might be a longer contract.
Oh no.
Job scope medium, $705,000. Job
the container hotel was like what, 2.9?
Yeah, job scope high, 4.5 million. It goes from 700,000 to 4.5 million. Fucking hell. Let's do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you do that, and I'm gonna be right back.
Yeah, there'll be a cutscene. Fast travel. Holy crap! That job scope jump. I know they messed around with the job scopes, but uh, does seem pretty bad. So yeah, apologies for the talking and stuff. It's been a little bit of a hot topic as far as this game goes over there on Steam. That's okay. Alright, speak with Harbor Master. Cutscene.
So, the young people are excited about the container hotel. This is an important first step in the revitalization of the coastal region, but there is still much work ahead. Fortunately, some of the wealthy local families have agreed to support us in preserving the harbor areas, but not entirely without ulterior motives. Because the first project will be the realization of a small private harbor. The formalities are already finished. You and your team have to add a small basin to expand the old yacht harbor. The challenge is to keep the masses of water at bay while you're working in a fairly deep construction pit. This should be quite a spectacle.
It should be quite a spectacle. Oh, that does not look fun. Oh yeah, I'll have to tell him when he gets back. Do not dig out our ramp. We got a ramp here that we can dig. Definitely a big dump truck though. I don't mind using Doosan. It's a Doosan and a halfen. I guess we start from. Oop. See if they invent. Okay, suspension. That's not how the suspension works. See that big? You see this big axle back here? This thing pivots rather than the tires doing what they're doing.
Did not do what? I was walking by getting a drink. I'm gonna have to tell him to not do.
Oh, don't dig out a ramp to get down here into the hole. They put us a ramp, a dirt ramp to get down to the bottom of the pit.
Yeah.
But you can dig out the ramp.
Probably best not to.
Yeah, probably best not to until the end. But it's a big pit. It's massive. So I thought we'd start at one end and work our way back towards... Oh my gosh. Work our way backwards. I just saw like a flash of person flying through the air. Hey, you missed my joke too, because it's like I was driving to the pit and I was like, I don't mind driving this dump truck, good old Doosan and a half, and bad joke.
So we're gonna want an excavator or two.
Yep. I'm gonna try out our new wheel loader.
Okay.
Since it's a big old pit.
I don't know if you can dig out that dirt ramp.
Well, the line goes...
The dirt ramp is as low as it can go. Or it's greened out, if that makes sense.
Oh.
So we shouldn't be able to dig it out. Hopefully. Could be wrong. I'm very good at being wrong.
Aren't we all?
But,
Yeah, I was also saying with that dump truck too, you know how it's got a dual set of axles that pivot on a single point between them. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but there are certain vehicles that have those. I don't know what they're really weird. They're very strange, but they're axles nonetheless. And and it's got a single point where both wheels are mounted, and on this single piece, there's a pivot point between the two where the two wheels are mounted. There's a pivot point there, and it pivots like a seesaw with the tires attached to it. And I was talking about that. And on this game, instead of making that thing pivot like it's supposed to, they just made the wheels like the wheels where the wheels go mount onto the vehicle. They just made that the kind of springy suspension section. But yeah, if you were to look at the back of this dump truck, you would kind of understand what I mean in there. Like it's got a single axle where the pivot point is. And I think it's got like a drivetrain that connects to each tire in the rear. Like a drive chain, sort of. I don't know. It's a very strange. I've only seen it once, where one was like half apart.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it was years ago. Oh, so this one's got like a little shield over the piston for the bucket. Strange. I'm guessing that's like a little dirt shield or whatever. I mean, that's not really needed, but alright. So where the dump truck is that green? No. Okay, so we do need to go deeper. Also, the guy said in the cutscene that we're digging this out, and we gotta. It's just like holding the water, the wild waters back while we're digging a trench next to it, or digging a hole next to it.
Yeah. Are you filling it down there?
Huh? Oh, we need to fill?
No. I was asking if you were filling that. Anyway.
that dump truck does not look happy. I think they broke multiplayer a little bit more. Never seen the dump bed do that. Yeah, I was gonna fill it down here.
Yeah, because I have to fucking dig out up here.
Yeah, you have to
I can get the other truck.
It's like, yeah, you have to be next to it all the time. Yeah, it'd probably be best if we have two dump trucks. Oh my gosh. That bed is not happy. Yeah. I mean, I like using the front end loaders, so. Yeah, so they did add indicators to the little speedometer.
Oh, nice.
I mean, not the most needed fix for the game, but sure. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. When I was like, this game's handling and needs improved. So I'm holding throttle right now, and the vehicle it refuses to move forward. Oh, now it moves. Yeah, because the back end of it's getting slightly stuck. It's like all the vehicles in this game either don't have any off-road capability or the tires are all drag slicks. There's no traction whatsoever. Or both. It's like something I really wish they would fix. It's something that's desperately needed. And before anyone goes, well, it's a video game, you can't expect it, to be like real life. I've heard that one before. It's just like, yes, this is a video game and it should not be exactly every single aspect of real life true. But this game also calls itself a simulator. And, we should not allow simulators to be, super archaic in a way, because that's what has happened over the last decade or so. A lot of these simulators have become less simulation games, and
Hammer.
more archaic. Nice. I'll go over there in a second.
It's, over here by this propeller.
Okay.
By Lisa's Tiki Bar.
Cool. That the other argument for this game, where people were, full on defending the game and whatnot. The other argument was, well, this game has what do you call it, licensed vehicles and stuff in it, so they paid a lot of money to get that kind of stuff. It's like, okay, yeah, that's true. They did pay probably a buku bucks to get the licenses for all these vehicles so they could put it in the game. But I fail to see why that has any bearing as far as an argument goes, because that was planned.
The vehicles look bad.
No, I fail to
vehicles handle like shit too.
Well, that too, but I fail to see why it's an argument that, well, they paid a lot of money for these for the licenses for this, so the game is not what it should be, or the game can't, they had to spend a lot of money, so that those funds went to the licenses rather than game development. It's just like, yeah, but those were also planned expenses. It's not like that just came out of the blue all of a sudden. I mean, if it did, they're running their company extremely poorly. But yeah, those expenses were pre-planned. Because you have to, when you buy licenses for games, the improvement stuff doesn't just happen immediately. You have to do that weeks, maybe even months in advance. Because the company doesn't just make a split-second decision either on whether to approve a game for licensing. They have to think about it. They have to talk to the developers and all that stuff, so it does take time. And of course, I'm also slightly annoyed with the fact that there's this pre-notion now that certain people go by, that all games are going to be released buggy nowadays, when that didn't used to be the case when it came to before DLC or before downloadable games. Basically, before games were digital, the disc that come out for the game, that game had to work. That game had to be, most of them were pretty much bug-free, or close to. I mean, they're not all going to be 100% bug-free, but developers had to work really hard to make sure their games worked before release. Whee! I just went to the moon. But yeah, now with games being in digital format and game developers being able to release fixes and stuff, that's all good and well. But the AAA companies have abused this time and time again. So I think a lot of people now are just expecting games to come out buggy. But just because that is the case doesn't mean it's right. Doesn't mean it should be that way. And we need to, some of these game developers, the big ones, we need to hold to a high standard. Because we've seen what they can do. Why is it a problem now? And it didn't used to be. It didn't used to be as big of a thing. But it is what it is. We just need to hold these big AAA companies to standard, and then they would, or to what they should be held to, as far as standards for games, and then that should hopefully it won't get rid of the problem, but it'll definitely alleviate it to some extent. If you just do what more and more people are starting to do nowadays, but if you just go, yeah, that game looks fun, but I'm gonna hold off on purchasing that game to make sure that game is going to be bug free and enjoyable and playable, and it's what I want before I purchase it, type of deal. Then that would definitely force them game developers to release better games, less terrible buggy messes that they are. Because we've let these big game developers go for so long without any kind of really accountability for them releasing terrible state games, or games with questionable or downright dirty tactics involved. You know what I'm talking about. The loot boxes. It's a valid tactic, but also it's downright terrible.
Oh yeah.
Bad business practice as far as consumer goes. Which is effective. It's effectively gambling. And just allows them to make buku bucks. or the stupid pay to win or pay to play, essentially.
Oh yeah.
He's like, you might as well not even play unless you're paying money to the developer constantly. And we've been allowing them to get away with this kind of stuff for a while now, and they've now gotten to the point where they're where it would take a massive movement of people to stop purchasing their stuff, affect their bottom dollar before they'll fully stop, not just issue an apology and then a year or two later come back out with the next game, or come back out with something that puts it back to where it was before the apology, stuff like that. EA is definitely known for that one. I'll downright call them out, I don't care. So they've done that with a few games where they'll see how far they can push the game community before they get massive backlash. They're like a kid, they keep pushing until something bad happens.
Yeah.
And then they'll issue an apology, and then a year or two later they'll either put that what caused the backlash in the first place, they'll put it back in the game, or they'll release it with the next game.
Yeah.
EA is definitely well known for that, and a lot of these bigger AAA companies that used to be, very well trusted companies where, Just like, yeah, that AAA company does this, but this AAA company doesn't. It's just like now they're all doing that kind of stuff. I am stuck. Reset. I'm not saying this company does that kind of stuff by any means. I think they got rushed, and now they're trying to pick up the pieces and don't really know how to go about it. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt because they have yet to show me that they're not trustworthy. But yeah, I think that's all. That is definitely why indie developers, small game development teams, and stuff like that releasing these amazing games that turn out to be,
Garbage.
no, that turn out to be amazing. The amazing games that turn out to be amazing that by dev companies that are like less than 20 people, less than 10 people sometimes a single person that are releasing these games that, turn out to be massive money makers because I think it's because the AAA companies have pushed so many of their original fan base, original customer base away with these business practices and stuff like that, that people are just like, fine, I'm just not going to buy any of your games then. I'm going to go, spend my $20, $30, $50, $60, whatever. I'm going to go spend that money on this game that's in development. I get to help develop a game with money, and I don't get screwed over by this company of 10 people. They've gotten those the big AAA companies have gotten to this state of mind where they're just like, well, we're too big to fail. It don't matter if we lose, 500,000 of our customer base. We've got, 2.5 million over here that are going to buy our stuff no matter what.
Well, and I'm sure we've mentioned it, but looking at some of the stuff like, FIFA, Madden, the sports games that are copy-paste, really.
Yep, Call of Duty.
Year after year.
I'll say it.
Call of Duty too.
Call of Duty, Battlefield, even.
Battlefield's not as bad.
It's not as bad, but it definitely has followed
not like
it.
It used to be.
Yeah.
At all.
It's definitely followed that kind of copy-paste style. But yeah, definitely most of the EA games. Need for Speed, they're still going. I wouldn't say Need for Speed's a copy-paste, but I'd definitely say that it's definitely in that realm of we got to release one every year and just put in the minimalist amount of effort possible. And that's why I stopped buying them a long time ago. Because it's just like not buying Xbox Live anymore. I got to that realization where it's just like, this is a waste of money. It's a waste of my money, my time. And now I've got a PC now, so screw it. I'm not purchasing for Xbox Live no more. It is a waste of money. It was one of the biggest con scams, I would say. I wouldn't say it's the biggest, but it's definitely up there. Because it's just like, why would you pay for internet twice when there are better options? Unfortunately, that option is going to PC.
Yeah.
And the unfortunate part about that is just the cost, the initial upfront cost of a decent enough PC to play games online like you would on Xbox or PlayStation. Definitely the initial cost is the downside to that. But after that point, it's a hell of a lot better.
There is another thing, like, if we're talking PC stuff, I built mine in 2015.
Yeah.
I have put some things in it since then, but besides that, it's running, it's going, it's fine.
Excuse me. Keep going. Sorry. I just said excuse me because I coughed and it was all nasty
No, I
and
didn't hear you
phlegmy.
cough.
Yeah, it was all nasty and phlegmy, so that's why I said excuse me.
But yeah, PC and whatnot, it's, you know, it's just what it is.
Yeah.
Yes, the consoles, they last, what, 10 years-ish normally?
Well.
And it's about the same for a PC, but at the same time... Oops. I think I just poured dirt all over the side.
Yeah, I would argue that a console lasts a year. Because more than likely, you're going to just go for the next one. Because you're not going to be able to buy the newest games. Well, maybe 2 years. Okay, we'll say
The
2.
thing that is nice with consoles, though, the games that are brought out are made to run on them. Even if they're not going to look as good per se, they're made to run on them, so they're optimized for them. You're not going to have issues.
Yeah, I was just going to say, console is definitely a lot more plug and play than a PC is. Although, PC has been a lot more accessible over recent years. I'm just going off of my own experience from what I experienced, say 15 years ago when I tried to take apart a PC. I fucking had no clue, and it was like working on a fucking spaceship. There were wires everywhere, and unfortunately, I fried the PC because I put the memory sticks in backwards, which you can't do anymore, because there's a lot of parts in a PC nowadays that are plug and play. You plug it in, you turn on the PC. It usually it comes with the drivers installed on it somewhere, or the internet will automatically find the drivers for you and make it work almost immediately. In most cases, it's a plug and play anymore. It's definitely got a lot more accessible. Not accessible as a console, no, but it's definitely getting there. It's come a long way. But you can't even make the argument anymore that, well, consoles do, you're able to do, you're able to bring the whole family over and everybody play on the consoles. Like, you can do that with a PC as well. So, it's like, you can't say that anymore either. It's like, I can, I got a lot of ports in this thing. I can plug in 4 controllers into my PC, and we can go to town on a Halo or something, like Halo 3.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, because they did the smart thing, 343 smart thing, and allowed split screen. It took them a while, but they finally said, okay, we'll put it in. So many people were asking for that. Yeah, I mean, the upfront cost is a good argument, but I would say it's starting to become not so good of an argument, considering consoles have gotten a lot more expensive as well in recent years. I seen the price of the new Xbox that just came out. If you want a decent enough Xbox, because even games have gotten they've gotten more expensive as far as data space. all video games have. They've gotten bigger and bigger and bigger. So we're needing bigger and bigger hard drives. Well, you're if you got a hard drive on a console less than a terabyte, it's not gonna last very long as far as space. You need at least a terabyte. You're gonna need more normally. Because nowadays it's just like, oh yeah, you take the, if you take the disc, you can install it, and then you don't have to use the disc anymore. So that takes up space. Downloading games is a lot easier on a console now, so you're downloading them, taking up space, just like a PC would. Yep. So they've gotten a lot more expensive with that, plus claiming 4K and all that. It's just like, yeah, that stuff expensive. There's PCs like mine that couldn't even do 4K. So that's why shit's gotten so expensive. But also too, some of them consoles, they add an extra $100 or whatever, but they doesn't improve anything as far as hardware. Because the difference between an Xbox One and an Xbox 360 Slim are so freaking similar, but the price tags are different. Like from new is what I'm going off of. It's just like this technology's pretty much the same, but you're charging all this extra. Why? It's like, well, this console has a slightly faster hard drive. Okay. This console has a 500 gigabyte or whatever more space. Okay. Still doesn't explain the price. But yeah, it's my main point is it's just a lot of these, even the big companies, big like software companies and stuff, have just like computer or just like game dev companies have, some of them have gotten so big that they think they can't fail, basically. Like they make so much money that it doesn't matter how big of an uproar of something. They'll either ignore it or they'll walk it back a little bit, and it doesn't hurt them in the long run at all, in any means. Just like we have to affect their bottom dollar if we want change. For a lot of these bigger companies. Which is basically, the way you do that is, you say, okay, I'm not buying the next FIFA, I'm not buying the next Need for Speed, I'm not buying the next whatever. Don't matter how good it looks. And I'm not pre-ordering.
It's like one person.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
How many?
All of us would have to do that. Like, it would have to be a massive amount of people.
Yeah, it's a mass exodus of sorts.
Yeah, and just saying, well, we're not buying any more of your games, EA, or we're not pre-ordering anymore. Even pre-ordering might do something. If everybody today was to stop pre-ordering. Yeah. Because I think that's where they make.
Remember what happened with Fallout 76, right?
Oh yeah. And there's still people that defend that game too, which is sad.
It's been fixed. I am going to say it has been fixed, but that doesn't change the fact of how terribly they handled the whole situation.
Yep.
Because, it took them being taken to court several times before they're like, yes, false advertising, yes, XYZ, all that jazz. We fucked up. Let's try to make this right. And I still don't know how the canvas bag situation unfolded completely.
I think they just
there's
couldn't.
There's a lack of canvas.
I just think that they just. I think that they didn't have
16 times the detail.
I just think they just didn't have the. They didn't have the funds or whatever.
It was a rush job
to deliver on. Because I just didn't understand
It
the whole
was
situation.
it was their secondary studio. It wasn't even their main studio that was working on the game.
Yeah, and then and then trying to ignore situations like that, which is a lot of times what they'll do. They'll try to ignore it until it gets bad enough to where they have to do something, and then they'll do the minimalist possible to make everyone happy. Like, oh well, if we just do this, maybe it'll
Yeah,
make
I
them all
mean,
happy, and then get them off our backs,
the
so we
thing
don't have to
was, is
spend the money to
everybody
do it.
had been wanting a multiplayer Bethesda game, whether it be Skyrim, whether it be Fallout.
Well,
And what
yeah,
they
and they
did
fucked
is
up
they
twice
went
now.
all BR, Battle Royale. This is gonna be what it is, and it's like nobody wants that. Nobody wants PvP. We want to be, running around like raiders, fucking over
Co-op.
the nuclear wasteland, doing our own thing, having our own great time. And PvE.
Yep, co-op. Essentially. Everybody wanted co-op, and, well, apparently they didn't think there was a market for that. They wanted to get into the PvP
Which
train.
was the new hotness at the time, yeah.
Yeah. Which still kind of is. But,
So the new Modern Warfare has a few game modes that I checked out. The new,
yes. You alright over there?
yeah.
Okay.
I'm, not drinking a clear liquid, and I'm not going to decide which one I am drinking at the moment.
So you're gonna drink
You can
them
decide.
all?
It could be a manner of anything.
Why is it always this game? This game is just like, it seems right to just drink a bit of Kool-Aid.
This game is mind-dulling, boring bullshit, and it's great to just yammer on about bullshit. God damn it, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't know what happened to my fucking excavator. It's just gone.
Where'd it go?
It has left the chat. My excavator has left the chat.
Wow. But yeah, I don't know. This is why we always like to talk about random other crap, because this is just one of them games that you do that on. Plus this game isn't entertaining enough to actually cut bits out and move on to the next bit. Because yeah, I could cut out us digging this pit, right? I could leave that entire thing out of the video, but then the video would be like maybe an hour and a half long, if that.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. It's not exciting enough to go from one section to the next.
The stimulation of whatever the fuck is going on comes from whatever the fuck is being talked about.
Yeah, that's the stimulation, and it's just like real life. This is what real life would be. As far as
might actually go a bit faster, truly.
Well, yeah, it's still going to go faster than real life would, but still.
The issue that I have though is that pick up a bucket, fill the dumpster, pick up a bucket, fill the dumpster, and when it takes 2 scoops for me to fill up a thing, and I'm going 2 miles an hour, come on, game.
It takes me 2 scoops to fill up this other dump truck.
Yeah, and I know what happens if I overfill my dump truck.
Oh yeah, mine too. It's the same for both. It's just because.
Good.
Yep, nothing good at all. Plus, half the time when I'm flipping through the air after that happens, it puts the dirt back in the hole that I dug.
Excuse me?
What?
Excuse me? I'm stuck? I'm stuck? Excuse me, Gabe? Hey, there we go.
You were stuck on that little lip.
And to me, I was, it was my tread that was stuck.
And again, it's one of them things, and people defend this game to the death. Now, I love this game. This game is fun. For what extent it is. It's definitely a good time. But
Yeah.
I'm not going to overlook...
It's got its flaws, and I'm not going to overlook them either,
Yeah. Just like I'm not going to overlook that. Like, that right there, the handling model as far as traction, even, I would go as far to say, is... I think, like I said, this game feels a little bit rushed, so I think some of the stuff got rushed, like traction and stuff like that. So what ends up happening is all the vehicles don't handle worth the damn because nobody has any traction because they used one model from one of the vehicles and said, okay, we'll just copy paste. We'll copy paste the handling model for that for all the wheeled vehicles or for all the excavators or for all the dump trucks or whatever. Because they're all kind of the same, or these vehicles are all kind of all handled similarly, so we'll just copy paste it. Nobody will know the difference.
Yep.
It's like, well, when you do that, it ends up with a lot of vehicles when you're trying to go that lazy. I call it lazy. Let's just call it what it is. Is a bit laziness.
Yeah, like excavators have a way they work, like that.
Like, I don't expect every single vehicle to have their own handling model. I don't expect that either. I don't expect the unrealistic when it comes to that, because it's just when I mean unrealistic, I mean in game terms. Unrealistic would be, it would take them years to develop a handling model for every single vehicle in this game. It would take them years to code all that because they would have to basically do it from scratch, almost.
Well, I'm curious what happened to the code for 2015.
Yeah, that is
vehicles, but
that is a head scratcher. It did handle a lot better in a lot of different situations.
Yes.
But also at the same time, I'd probably also argue that a lot of the stuff we're doing now wasn't even possible in 2015. As far as driving down into a big hole like this and digging it out, and having such uneven terrain. That game was pretty cut and dry when it came to digging. It was just like, okay, you dig as far as you did, okay, you're done. Next bucket. You dug as far as you could. That was all the way to the bottom of the hole, pretty much. There wasn't as diverse terrain, but at the same time, it's just like, well, that they should have been able to. They know what they're doing. They should be able to attribute to that with the vehicles themselves being able to handle the terrain, better than they do now. It reminds me a lot of Farming Sim. I mean, Farming Sim does it a lot better, but they also have the same suffering of similar handling models for a lot of the different machinery and stuff. Of course, in that game, you're not doing what we're doing here, but you're just cutting down crops and planting them and whatnot. But for the most part of the game. But you see it in that game when it comes to the vehicles. The normal, everyday drive around in my pickup vehicle. The thing that goes, 80 mile an hour. You notice the handling model when you start getting up to higher speeds that the tractors don't go. You notice all of a sudden the pickup's handling changes from it's okay to holy crap, what just happened? Why am I on ice? Because the game's physics engine doesn't know how to handle going at those speeds because you're in a tractor going 2 mile an hour down the field. Not 80 mile an hour across the map. So I think that a similar thing is happening here, but to a lot more extreme degree.
And what I'm running into right now is I was just digging a little too deep and pulling it back.
Yeah.
Squirrel.
Oh, I was just like, I've noticed that too with the dirt. The dirt seems to react with your vehicle only in a certain way, like a very specific way. Like this loader here, I can dig the dirt out in front of my bucket, but I cannot pull the dirt back with my bucket because it just the dirt just doesn't.
Not made to do that.
Yeah, it just doesn't work that way, which is understandable, and I don't expect it to work perfectly. Oh, I am no longer able to dig. That's the other thing too. Yep, right there. If I don't have my bucket tipped down enough to start digging in front of me, the game just refuses to dig any dirt. It's a little bit strange. But I could forgive all of it. I could forgive the graphics. I could forgive the low FPS. That happens a lot of the time. I mean, obviously that's my graphics card, but it happens with a lot of people. And I can forgive the dirt, the way it acts and stuff like that. If it weren't for the one thing that I use the most in this game, which is the handling model. I use the handling model more than anything else when it comes to maneuvering vehicles around. It's like if that was like it's supposed to be.
Anyway, yeah.
Okay. If that's
Scream
the...
at me.
I didn't even hear it.
Good. It's loud, and I would hope you didn't, but
Yeah, it's like I didn't even hear it.
just in case.
That's why I was confused. Like, what the hell? But yeah, if the handling model of the vehicles worked like it's supposed to, then I could forgive the rest of it, to be honest. It's just there's certain things that you use all the time in the game, and if that's not functioning correctly, or not functioning, it doesn't, just doesn't work like you would expect it to, or whatever, or like you would think it should work, then it kind of ruins the rest of the game in a way. Like you getting stuck on that tiny little ledge of concrete. Like, there's no way, man. No way that would happen. It doesn't make no fucking sense. Or like this dump truck here. If I try to drive this dump truck up a reasonable hill that's uneven, got holes in it or whatever, I get stuck. And I have one wheel spin. Which is incredibly irritating. It's just like, there's no way this thing would be in this situation. I should be able to drive out of here no problem. Because that tiny little pebble in front of me is smaller than one of my little knobbly bits on my tire. That little tiny hill is smaller than that, and yet I'm getting stuck on it. Again, I get it's a video game, but it also calls itself a simulator, so it should be a lot better than it currently is. Because I would say 2015 is more of a simulator than this one is in a lot of aspects. They have improved on some, but they've also fallen back on some too. But I do appreciate them trying to fix it and then being open about fixing it.
Yes.
Not just
if
saying
they
the
were
damn
just
thing.
like, fuck you, we're not gonna fix it, or they didn't say anything, it was just patch after patch. It's like they seem like they're doing something at least, but
What I really hate is what Turn 10 was doing with Forza on Steam. With Forza Horizon 4 especially. They were releasing these giant patches, 20 gigabyte, 30 gigabyte patches on Steam for the game, and it'd be like patch notes. You go to the patch notes and it'd say one thing. It's like, there ain't no fucking way. Oh, localization for this one language, so the UI can be, put into this one language. There's no way that's 30 gigabytes. And they would.
there's probably other stuff, but that was the main thing.
It's like that. There's no way that'd be the main thing. That would be like kilobytes. Not 30 gigs.
The reason I say main thing is it's like that's the important, air quotes, important thing.
Yeah, and then you'd find all these surprise fixes in there that they knew you'd be upset about, and I say quote unquote fixes, that people would be upset about this, which is why they didn't mention it.
Surprise mechanics.
Yeah, or surprise. Yeah, surprise mechanics for something.
I can't believe they still tried to call that shit that.
What's that?
They are surprise mechanics with a sense of pride and accomplishment. They are never going to live that down.
What's that?
EA and Star Wars Battlefront 2, when they had the whole gaming loot box system.
Yeah, with the first game,
like,
that
was it 16 or 17.
That's what I was referencing, was the first Battlefront, when I was referencing EA and walking back something only to do it in the next game. They had loot boxes in Star Wars Battlefront 1, but there was such a big backlash against it that they apologized. They wanted to see how far they could go, is what they were doing. They wanted to see how far they could go with the game, and then they had this huge backlash, so they walked it back only to do it the next game. But yeah, I never. Whatever you were talking about, what you were talking about there, I did not hear of that. Whatever it was.
This was Battlefront 2. The first Battlefront, it didn't have it. The second Battlefront did. They went egregious with it. It was awful.
What was this?
The loot boxes, getting the cards for the special characters. Because it's like, they did the math, and you could do it without buying anything. They did not lie about that, but it was going to, take like 400 and some odd hours. If you got, a certain amount every time.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that reminds me of the whole freaking, GTA 5 buy our money.
Yeah, I mean, the shark cards, GTA buy our money, but people still did, so.
Yeah, and it turned into, see, they didn't do that in the last game. Well, they did, but not to the extent that they have. And it turned out to be such a huge success for them, is why they ramped it up so high. It's just like, oh yeah, you could buy this one car with this one shark card. It would cost you like $50 or whatever to buy this one car, or you could go earn the money in GTA Online, and making the most amount of money you possibly could per hour. Some of these cars would take you days, if not weeks, of work just to get that car. And it's just like, oh yeah, here's he pays $50 and you can get it right now. It's just like, fuck, why is this car worth There's no freaking way. That's why all of a sudden it was kind of realistic in the beginning. A little bit
Yeah.
expensive for some of the cars, but it was you could get there easily. And then all of a sudden it ramped up. Okay, now this vehicle is now $700 and some odd million just for this one thing.
Well, there is a really shitty. I want to say it's armored, but it isn't an armored vehicle, and it's like the worst armored vehicle out there. And it's like $1.75 million.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Yeah, with the most amount of money you could make at one time was the heists. But if you wanted to make that kind of money and make it within, 10 hours,
Decent amount of time.
yeah, any decent amount of time, like 10 hours, you needed like 4 people. Or if you didn't want to bash your head against a wall, you need friends to help you out. And then even then, you're only earning, maybe
Well, you
a
could
mil,
be cutting everybody
if that.
else out, or they would be getting like a minor percentage of it. But even then, it's like, oof.
Yeah. They had dumbed everything down so much because they wanted everybody to buy their shark cards instead. Like I like that kind of stuff as maybe a side option, but the way they did it was just, in my opinion, just it was egregious. That they're just like, oh look, people are buying our shark cards so they can skip progress. How about we ramp this up, make everything so expensive that unless you buy shark cards, you're looking at several hundred hours for one little thing. That's why I gave up. I just, I tried to put up with it for a little while, but I just said, yeah, fuck it, I'm done. I'm done with GTA Online. And then that was also around the point that the hackers kind of set in real bad.
Yep. And the hackers are still a thing, but
I was pouring myself a drink as well that whole time. Trying to, But yeah, it's just like, I'm completely 100% against hacking in online to gain the advantage over your opponents. But when it came to GT Online, I kind of understood why some people were hacking money and stuff like that. Because it was getting so bad that it's just like, it's not worth the effort. And I'm not going to spend that kind of money. Because I already did. When they had GT Online on the 360 and the Xbox One, I did buy shark cards, so I was part of the problem. I will admit that. But once I got to a PC stage, I did wise up to it. It was like when it's like when you're a kid and you finally realize, Santa Claus isn't the thing. Or the Tooth Fairy isn't a thing. Something like that. Like, it's devastating, sure, but then you're just like, how could I have been so stupid all these years, It's like when it came to, buying Xbox Live. It's like, and it's just like, I used to defend that kind of thing. Be like, oh, well, you get all this, and this. And then I got a PC, and I'm just like, oh, I could have been getting all that for free for all these years. But I was paying $60 a year for that on top of the internet bill just so I could play a game online with my friends.
yeah, you pay the internet, you pay the subscription, and then you can play with your friends.
Yep. It's like, yeah, I was just like, man, that is so devastating that I've been doing that all this time without a second thought about it, The only time I ever had a thought about it around that time, the only time I ever actually thought about the price of it is when Xbox Live went from $50 to $60. I think that was when we were in high school. It was like 2010 era, 2009, 2010, I think, is when it went from 50 to $60. And I went, that's kind of a ripoff. And then I continued to pay for it. I mean, Xbox 360 is all I had, so it's just like, you can kind of get why I kept paying for it. But
Yeah.
even in 2009, I had a job and everything, and I was still paying for it, or I was paying for that stuff, and was happy to do so.
Well, when that's where all of your friends are and everything else, it's like...
That's also true, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's also the other devastating thing when switching platforms, switching platforms is just like, well, yeah, all my friends got to switch platforms too, or I'm going to be the lone ranger in this.
Yeah, and that's kind of what happened. Everybody went from Xbox to PlayStation, and it's like, I've already bought an Xbox.
Yeah. I went from PlayStation 2 Slim. I had the silver edition. Little tiny flat card of a freaking console, man. It was the smallest thing. Like it was even smaller than the Xbox One Slim, or not Xbox One, the PlayStation 1 Slim. There we go. You know how because there was two PlayStation 1s. They had the big, massive, boxy PlayStation 1, and then they had the white, little CD player PlayStation 1. And the PlayStation 2 Slim was even smaller than that. It was pretty crazy. But then I had made a really awesome friend down the street who had an Xbox 360, and he's just like, oh yeah, you got an Xbox? And I was just like, no. And he's just like, so what do you got then? I said, I have PlayStation. And he's like, oh, so you don't play Halo? I was just like, no, I don't know, I don't really know what that is. I think I know. At the time, I was just like, I think I know, but I wasn't really sure. Because the Halo that I had played before then was the one on a laptop. It was on PC, Halo Combat Evolved. And he's just like, oh yeah, they're on a Halo 3 now, and it's pretty awesome scene. And so, begged my mom for an Xbox 360. And I had I don't know if you'd call it the first edition Xbox 360. It definitely was the first era. It wasn't I wouldn't say it was the first one. It was Xbox 360 Arcade. Is what they called it. But yeah, definitely the Xbox 360 that had the massive hard drive slapped on the side of it.
Oh, hell yeah.
That big old thing, and it had that little tiny connector, but this big old thing that took up the whole side. Little tiny connector, and you just snap it in. There you go. And then they made a cord for it, so you could plug that into your PC if you had one. Plug that into your PC, and then you download those Xbox apps to access the hard drive. And that was save editing back then. If you had a PC and you had the right programs and the cord adapter from that weird connector to a USB, you could actually plug in those hard drives to your PC, and then you could edit the saves with those special flashing with those special applications. You could save edit.
No. Stop it. Never mind.
What's happening?
Nothing.
Are you in a hole?
It slid into the hole. Hey, best part.
What's
Bye-bye.
that? What?
Out.
Oh. And those were the good old days, though, I would say. Especially LAN parties and stuff. There was a point where I had my cousins come over and we had 4 Xbox 360s in one room. 4 TV.
Oh yeah.
It was a massive fucking thing. Like, and with internet back then, I cannot believe we were even able to play online.
Oh, internet. When I first started playing online, oh my goodness, my internet was the hottest of garbage.
Mm-hmm.
I was playing online at, I want to say it was 500 kilobytes a second. Not even a meg. 500 kilobytes. Half of a meg was my internet back then.
So you didn't get access? Did you get access to the AOL stage? Were you on that one, or?
I was not on that early, but I cannot remember who we had. But my internet was shit.
Was your internet through a phone cord, or or was it through? Okay, so it wasn't dial-up.
It wasn't dial-up when I started. No.
Yeah, I didn't start online with dial-up either, but I did have access to internet on dial-up.
Dial-up was the thing we had. We did have dial-up. But I never played online with dial-up.
I remember when I thought internet came from because I was hearing about this new thing that was coming out with Wi-Fi, and the thing we did have when I started playing online was, it was cable internet, Ethernet cable. I thought if I plugged in a Wi-Fi, basically a modem is what it is, or what it was by Netgear. If I plugged that in, I could get internet upstairs, and then plug it from there into the back of my my PlayStation 2. I did not realize that's not how it worked. So I had a job at the time. I was working for Walmart, cart pusher in 2009, and I was just like, oh, I'll just buy this this router, this Wi-Fi thing, because it says you can get internet across, between floors and stuff like that. So, cool. I'll just do that. I did not realize that you had to have that in order for Wi-Fi to work, you had to have both a sender and a receiver, basically. I just had the router, which is basically what you plug into your modem with a little dongle. But you have to have a way to receive that as well. So what I did was I had the modem upstairs, and I plugged in a cord from the modem into my PlayStation. I'm just wondering why the internet didn't work. I was like, oh, why isn't it working? It says this works. So I returned it on the basis that it didn't work. And then I didn't learn until years later what I was actually trying to do and what I should have been doing. But yeah, so yeah, what I should have done was just run an extremely long Ethernet cord all the way up there. Would have costed me significantly less money. Of course, at the time as well, we had an internet phone back when that was a thing, because my mom worked for one of those companies. So she got a free internet phone. And what she did was she was one of the door-to-door sellers. she would get so many phones a week, and was told to, go door to door and sell as many as you can. Essentially, here's
Get rid
your
of all of these.
yep, here's your information list, so that you can, all the technical babble and stuff like that you need to talk about with the person if they if they want to hear it and let you in. Basically, yeah, a door to door salesman like the old vacuum ones. Where you get the guy knocking on your door in a fucking checkered suit with a fucking vacuum.
I gotta say, I would not mind if some random person walked up to my house and was like, "Hey, this vacuum, it works. This is its thing." Like if some dude showed up, it's like perfect. I don't want to go to the store and buy one.
Yep. Yep, that's what she was. She was one of them salesmen that with an internet phone. And this internet phone was especially nice because it had a camera built into it. So it's like a webcam, on a laptop. It was essentially that. The only problem with our area, and the reason the company stopped selling phones here at the time, it was only here for a few months or something like that. The reason they stopped selling it was because the internet companies here, or the ones that were here around the time, they were telling their customers, their internet customers, that they could not use internet phones because the internet phone was a big thing, and they didn't want their company associated with the internet phone, so you were not allowed to use it, which is preposterous. You're paying for the internet. Why should the company be able to tell you what you can use the internet for? But on top of that, the internet phones they did take up a substantial amount to function. So that could have been the other reason why, but yeah. So there was a lot of people not buying it because they were afraid of losing their internet. So there's a lot of people like, no, I can't buy that. My internet company says I can't use one of them. Which was preposterous again, but
how many of those companies are nowadays, part of a cellular company,
Oh yeah.
Because
a lot of converges.
Yeah, I know the company I have my cellular data through. They also sell internet, but my internet company does not sell cellular data. So it's like they sell, home phones, but they don't sell cell phones.
Weird.
But anymore, it's like, why the fuck would you need a home phone?
Yeah. Yeah, you really don't.
It's like a landline, really. I know the business, yes. Home, no.
Yeah, definitely business. That's the only place you would find a landline very commonly anymore. Is a business line. And those companies, some of them companies pay premiums for that shit. They pay really high amounts of dollars to have themselves a landline.
Oh yeah, businesses, they get screwed.
Oh yeah.
Anything business related, they get screwed.
I know what a lot of small companies will do. A lot of the smaller ones is if if you're the owner of this company, more likely what you'll do instead of getting a landline is you'll get a work phone. You'll get a work cell phone.
Oh yeah.
That the people call the number, and it either redirects to that work phone or that's the work phone number, whichever it is. And then if you go to work for one of those smaller companies like that, they'll provide you with a work phone that you're going to use for work. And that saves them money because they're with the cell phone company that says if you own so many phones, the more phones you own, then it's the cheaper everything gets. So that's what they'll do. And then and then how that gets paid for work phone from you is they just take a little bit off your paycheck to pay for the service or whatever. For the most part, not all the time, but I definitely worked for a company that did that.
Yeah, I would not play nice if they were taking money for a work phone that they provided. It's like, go
Well,
fuck yourself.
I would complain, but I didn't have a phone at the time. So I was more than willing to accept that deal. And it wasn't like exorbitantly expensive either. I think I was paying like $20 out of my $800 paycheck. So it's just like, And
See,
plus,
that's where me and you are different. That $20 belongs to me. Fuck you. That's why.
well, right, but like I said, again, I didn't have a phone at all. So I was more than happy to accept the phone. So it wasn't something they forced me to pay for either. They just said, here's the phone. Well, we'll pay for the purchase of the phone. We'll pay for the service, and you just pay $20 out of your paycheck each week. Or each month or whatever the fuck. It was years ago. I can't remember exactly how we were doing it.
Whatever it would have been, yeah.
Yeah. And I was more than happy to accept it because it was just like, well, I don't have a phone, so sure. And also, I was where I was driving was, so far out of the way that more than likely, if I got into trouble and didn't have a phone, I'd be screwed. More than likely, there's not going to be anybody coming down that road. So I'd just kind of be screwed until somebody came along, or I walked my happy ass to civilization.
Yep.
You're just happy up there, aren't you?
It's kind of hard to get my bucket that far down sometimes. And, probably gonna have to break this little thing open to be able to get into there, and I'll have to bring my excavator down.
Yeah. Might even lower my graphics settings even more. Now, this is definitely not I would say definitely not the game's fault. It's a little better. Definitely my graphics card is, I would say, definitely failing. Considering this is not the only game that I experience problems on, as far as graphics goes. I definitely need a new graphics card. I have one in mind, it's just being able to afford it. It was one that was suggested by our good old friend Jinx, since he went to college for computers.
Yeah.
I trust his judgment on what type of card he would want, or what one he would suggest. And I said, "Yep, here's my situation. Here's what I have,
and everything, yeah.
Yep, and here's what I have already." I was just like, "Can you find me a card that, even if I can't afford it now, one that I could definitely look at of trying to afford in the future or whatever."
Yep.
So it's
Well, I'm here now.
Oh, jeez! Fucking hell! I turned around and I
I
fucking
exploded.
and
I exploded.
yeah, since I'm in first person, I was not able to see that until the last second, but I turn around and there's an excavator flying at me.
I am backwards apparently now.
Oh. This is like jump scare. Fuck! So I looked on the map and I was just like, oh, well, I'm in first person. I'll just get out and see him flying through the air. Oh no, he's coming at me.
Oh yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Here's your bucket. Come back a little ways. There you go.
Close. Got half of it. Oh, I'm stuck on you. That's what it was.
Turn myself back around.
Turn yourself the right way.
Yep. Yeah, and I'll probably just bring that truck down here while I slowly, methodically destroy this wall. Oh, actually, I can still reach it. Perfect.
Oh, there you go. So you have to dig underneath it. Just dig underneath it. See what happens.
I don't want to dump that entire load of dirt.
Oh, I'm actually kind of curious. Would it stay up there? Because we know that the physics gets turned off for the vehicles you're not in.
Alright, yeah, let me get back in the excavator.
I'm wondering if you dig out from underneath it, if it'll fall, or if the vehicle will stay in the air until you get inside. Still quite a bit of lag on my end. I lowered the graphics and it helped, and then all of a sudden it didn't. All of a
Yes,
sudden
things are working, never mind.
yeah. I see that the graphics are. There might be either a memory leak or maybe it's just multiplayer that this happens on. I tell you what DLC I would pay for this game though. Definitely like Earth Mover stuff. Stuff that would make this job go by like nothing. You know? Big freaking quarry loaders and dump trucks. Something that you would only use for big jobs like this. But of course I understand if it would cost you like 5 point something odd $1 million just to get it. Minimum, yeah. Yeah, I always, when I'm judging off big equipment like that, on the price, as my guess or whatever, I always try to go off of this one particular tow truck. This one particular tow truck that's a dual. It's a dual rotator dump truck, or not, or tow truck. dual rotator tow truck, 4 towing cables each. And it's I think it's triple axle, all-wheel drive. Like it's definitely in the age of that it can activate all the wheels as necessary without much input from the driver. But like I said, it's a dual rotator and 4 towing cables each. So that's eight towing cables, 8 spools.
All of it.
Yep, and it's it can have so much offset weight for this tow truck that it has. It's definitely like the triple axle in SnowRunner that has the stabilizers that slide out from underneath and set down like a crane. It's definitely to that level, and it's a dual rotator. So this thing, without all the special extras, costs around 5.5 million, and you're looking at about 7 million if you want all the extra bits, all the extra optional bits. But yeah, its base price is 5.5 mil for a tow truck. But of course,
you're getting 2 rotators for the price of one on one truck.
Yeah, on one truck. Yeah, it's definitely specifically designed for flipping over semis. It is a one-man tow truck crew because normally, if you don't know, normally flipping over a semi that's on its side takes 2 tow trucks. It takes 2 big tow trucks in order to flip that thing back on its wheels. It takes 2 of them. But this thing is a one-man crew. Because it's got the 2 rotators on it. So
you see where we're at?
Yeah, we're at 28%.
We're at 28%.
Yeah, I know. We're definitely doing the job, but man, it is a massive pit, to be fair, though. Like, that jump from 700,000 to 4 point something odd million. Yeah, we're looking at a long job here. I'm wondering if we can mitigate it somehow, though. Can we use the game's mechanics against itself in order to make the jump go faster? If we could use, like, the bulldozer, maybe, to push the dirt to one side, would it just delete the dirt?
We would have to get it out of the area.
Maybe.
And since the area is so high,
because I definitely noticed at least with the loader, I definitely noticed that if I dig into something incredibly deep, like down here, and I dig into one of them big walls that you're kind of digging out there, a lot of the dirt does kind of just disappear. Like, there's no way all that would have fit in this bucket, as much as I've dug out. So I'm wondering if I can use that to my advantage and, like, use the loader to kind of use that game mechanic to push.
Give her a go, see what happens.
That's what I'm thinking about. Definitely. Grab the dozer and see if the dirt will just... I mean, I'll definitely be pushing a lot of dirt in front of me, but I'm wondering how much...
What the fuck am I stuck on?
Me? You stuck on the front end loader?
No, I'm not stuck on jack shit.
Yeah. Oh, I do not like the... If I was driving this dozer in real life, I would not like to drive this thing.
Well, Why is that?
It is a single stick control for both the driving and the blade. One single stick.
It's like
There's-
a great time.
Because I'm in interior mode, and it seems
Yeah.
like they kind of fleshed out the interior of this a little bit. And I know this type of stuff does exist because I have seen it in other machinery where it's one single stick controls everything. And yeah, so I go left, you rotate the stick left. To go right, you rotate the stick right. And to go forward, I'm guessing you just push it forward slightly because it doesn't seem to move. But there's no pedals on the floor. But it's like I would chalk it up to, well, it's a video game, you know, they're kind of lazy. Maybe they didn't put everything in. But at the same time, it's just like I know
This is
that.
a licensed vehicle.
Well, not only that, but I've also seen
So to
vehicles.
be exact.
Yeah, and I've also seen vehicles that do have this type of setup where it's a single fucking stick that controls every single thing. There's no pedals, nothing. You get a little joystick, and it controls every single thing that the machine can do, including driving. It's like, no. I would become extremely irritated. It's just like the one dump truck the state had when I was working for DOT. We had one dump truck that all of its hydraulics were controlled by a single stick. And you think, well, that's not that bad. It's only got one hydraulic motor, two hydraulic hoses in and out, right? Well, technically it does have two hydraulic lines that are for in and out because it's got a wing plow that you can hook up. So you control that with the stick, with that single stick. It also has a front plow that you can put on there that controls with a single stick. Plus, the dump bed is also controlled by that single stick, including if you have a brine spreader or a salt spreader in the bed, that's also controlled by that same stick. And there's just buttons all over the damn thing. And when you've been working 12 hours plowing snow, and you got all this machinery hooked up to this dump truck, to this one stick control, and you got to remember what every single button does, and make sure you don't hit the wrong button, because that could be catastrophic, either to the equipment or to somebody else next to you, or behind or beside you, whatever. You got a traffic car. It's like, if I hit this one button, that turns on the brine. And if I hit this button, that drops the wing plow, or starts to drop the wing plow. And if I get those two buttons mixed up by accident because I've been working 12 hours and I'm super tired and exhausted, goodbye to that traffic car that's next to me, if there is one there. Either it's going to get a face full of brine, salt water, essentially, that they're not going to be able to wipe off their windshield, or I'm going to hit them with the fucking wing plow, which is this solid piece of steel on the side of the vehicle, just smashing into them. Like, yeah, I mean, yes, it's like, yep, you gotta control what you're doing. You gotta know what you're doing and all that. But sometimes you just get so tired, and it's just like, why does all this needs to be belonging onto one stick there? It's too much stuff all at once. I like the older trucks, because the older trucks, they had two sticks, but they also had a safety feature built into them to where you couldn't activate something without, putting some thought into it. Like, you couldn't lift up the bed on the dump truck unless you pulled up on this handle on the stick. You pulled up on the handle. It was, I'm trying to remember what that would be. It would almost be like a PTO, like the old PTO activator on the stick shift. You pull up on that handle. It was similar design. So yeah, you couldn't lift up on the bed, pulling on that stick, because that stick also controlled the snowplow on the front of the truck, which you would use that same action to lift the plow up. But you couldn't pull up on that. You couldn't pull that stick back for the bed unless you pulled up on that little deal, or it would have another stick that would control the bed separately, completely, or you'd have to hit a switch, stuff like that. But man, this one truck was just like too much stuff on one little thing, and it was the same with the between the main plow and the wing plow as well, all on that same stick. The difference between them was you had to move your finger slightly down or slightly up, and it had a sensor, fingerprint sensor, like your phone. It had a fingerprint sensor on the front of it where your fingerprint was, and that controlled the two different plows. I don't think this is working as intended.
Well, what you could try is taking this wheel loader and seeing what picking up looks like over there.
I know what that looks like. Some of the dirt does disappear.
Yeah, let me try and move this POS out of the way.
Yeah, I guess I just like a happy medium when it comes to hydraulic control and stuff like that. Like, I don't want, a million little levers like an old grader. I don't want 12 levers either side of the fucking steering wheel. Plus a stick if you want to shift gears, beside the seat that you're sitting in. Plus that and anything else, don't want that kind of crazy stuff. But I also don't want one single stick controlling everything either. Like, it's just a happy medium.
Yep, I get what you mean.
Or if you are going to have one stick controlling everything, you need to have some features in place to where if a scenario arises where the operator's not quite with it, they can't accidentally do something that they wouldn't normally do.
Intend to do, they accidentally screw up royally.
Yeah, where they don't accidentally switch a mode that they didn't intend to while they were running something. Because it has happened. I have heard the stories of the old dump trucks, or some of the dump trucks where people they'd be plowing down the road, working their 12-hour shift, super tired or whatever, and they'll pull up on that stick because they have one single stick that controls both the plow and the bed, and they'll pull up on that same stick to pull up the plow blade because they don't need to be plowing anymore, and wonder, they keep holding up on the handle because the plow's not lifting up, so they're just like, what the heck, with my hydraulic pressure low, what's going on? And then all of a sudden they run into a bridge because they had their bed all the way up in the air driving down the highway. Didn't realize they were lifting up their bed. I mean, yeah, that shouldn't happen, and everybody should pay attention, but it's not always going to happen. It's not always going to be a perfect scenario where everybody pays attention to every single thing they're doing at every single second of every single day. Your mind's going to wipe some of that stuff out in order not to go insane. Because imagine that I say that some people say that it's amazing that people that have those photographic memories, it's amazing they have that. I would love to have that. It's like, no, you wouldn't. I've heard some people talk about that do have it, and they say it's a fucking curse because they remember everything.
Yeah.
And definitely, and their brain pays attention to every single thing they do at every single moment of every single day, and it drives them insane. To a point sometimes. It's just like, yeah, and there's some stuff that your brain cuts out that definitely you would like to forget. It's like you would not like to remember that. And the brain goes, yep, got it. You will forget this. Of course, I guess it's on the other same coin too, whereas with me, it's just like, man, I wish I could remember a lot more from my day-to-day life. But also, I would not, I would not want to have a photographic memory either. Happy medium. Try this loader a bit more. This dump truck, or this dozer a bit more. Yeah, definitely your brain. I would say under normal operation, your brain definitely tries to find shortcuts. In your everyday life so that it doesn't have to work as hard. So it definitely tries to find shortcuts in a lot of things. Okay. Trying to push some of this dirt out of the way. Because if I can flatten some of this, make it easier to traverse. As well as I can push some dirt to the edges. Come on. I guess the other problem I'm facing too is there's nowhere to push the dirt once it gets to the wall. There's no place to really go with it after that point. I think I am making some headway though, because some of it is disappearing. Like there ain't no way that all this dirt is remaining in this hole.
Ooh. These are having a great night.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, they've been all over hell the last few days, surprisingly.
It has been exceedingly windy. Not surprised. Interstate.
Well, yeah. But well, no. Where they're at, you'd think they would go the other way to interstate and not through where I'm at.
Well, unless they were in town, I guess. In town and leaving town. Interstate or highway.
Yeah. They've been making all kinds of noise, though.
Oh yeah, so did you hear about the one situation we had a few nights ago?
Most likely not.
Oh, but yeah.
I have no idea what happened a few nights ago.
Okay. Yeah, so where I live, half of the entire trailer park lost power.
Oh.
About half. I would say it's maybe closer to a quarter, but it was weird, right? But the weird thing about it, the most weird thing about it was we didn't entirely lose power. Like it wasn't like a shut off, but it was.
Like it was restricted?
Yes. It was almost like like the power was off for most things, as if it wasn't plugged in, but there were some things that were somewhat working. Like we had a few lights that would still come on, but on the other hand, a few other lights that, if they did come on, they would flash, like they were shorting out. And basically, I guess, so what that is a few legs of electricity. If a power pole loses a leg, that's what happens. Most stuff won't work because it expects a certain amount of electricity to work, and it just will not work at all unless that electricity value is met, the voltage or amperage, whatever exactly. I'm not sure exactly what it is. But, stuff like my computer would automatically shut off. And it would go, no, we're not working. We are severely underpowered. You're not providing enough voltage to the system, so we're shutting off. But things like my hallway light or whatever that's running off of an LED bulb would somewhat come on, because it requires very little power to work in the first place. And it doesn't have a regulator on there to turn it off if it doesn't get enough power, so it would come on or violently flash like it was shorting out. Yeah, that was the case of it. It was very strange. A very strange thing that I thought maybe our breaker box had failed on us. So I was just like, well, it's weird because this one breaker is flipped. It's tripped. So I switched it off, switched it back on, and then I heard a shorting noise coming from the breaker box, so I shut off the mains. I shut off the main and said, nope, we're done. We are not starting a fire here. Because of the flashing lights, you can see my line of thinking, whereas, you got flashing lights, you got half of the stuff doesn't want to work at all, some of it kind of works, some of it does work. I'm shutting off the mains. I got a shorting noise. We're done. We're going to look for fires. Just to
figure whatever's going on out.
Yeah, trying to figure whatever is out, so we don't burn down the house. Because that kind of stuff, if you've got a really bad short that starts a fire, more than likely that's what you would have. Because you would have electricity shorting to ground, but the breakers aren't doing what they're meant to do. They're not tripping and breaking the circuit. It's just raw electricity going straight to ground. That's where fires come from, because the insulation gets so hot around the wires gets so hot that it just ignites. It melts and then it ignites, and then insulation inside your walls only goes so far. It's a flame retardant, but it's not fully flammable. Yeah. If insulation gets engulfed in enough flame, it will ignite as if it was paper. So, yeah, that was my line of thinking. Well, it turns out one of the power poles somewhere else completely, they had lost a leg of electricity on that, and that's what was causing our issues here. And it was far away, too. I won't say exactly where it was, but it was near a gas station business that is far away from here. And it's really funny, too, because it was only about, like I said, under half, but over a quarter of the trailer park was affected. Everybody else was fine. And we have Christmas lights up. This was even more strange, right? We have Christmas lights up. And only the red bulbs on our Christmas lights were working, because we have Christmas lights. I put up Christmas lights outside around the house, around the outer perimeter of the house, and only the red ones were on. The rest of them were not. And they weren't even very bright either. They were dim. It was just, it baffled me to no extent. No, it's crazy. Like, I've never seen anything like that before. So my mind went into panic mode.
Yeah, that is kind of weird that it did that, but I guess if there's one power pole and it was supplying, say, 50% of the park with 50% of the power needed, but that's still weird that it did that.
Yeah.
Like you said, some
Yeah.
stuff off, some stuff on.
But then, with the trailer park itself, the way the electricity is wired up here, I do remember hearing a conversation about how the electricity in this trailer park here is incredibly fucked up. Like the electricity that runs to all the houses and stuff, it starts off
I
at
don't
a.
want to say it's because it's a trailer park, but
It is.
the city doesn't give a fuck about you guys.
Exactly.
You're not part of the city unless it benefits them. You're gonna pay us taxes. We need to take care of the roads? No, go fuck yourself.
Yep. Exactly. And I think the only reason they came out, the city came out to fix that problem, was because there was somewhere else that was affected. Because I know the person that owns this trailer park. I'm not going to say who it is or whatever. But,
You?
no.
No way, dude.
Yeah, the person that owns this trailer park, he came over to see what we were calling about, because I thought it was just our house or our place that was affected. So he came over to kind of check it out and find out what's going on, and then he walked around and then he came back after about an hour and said, "This what's going on?" Yeah, and he said, "Yep, the city said they've been getting lots and lots of calls." So that's why I was just like, okay, well, it's definitely not the trailer park, because half of us are asleep. This is like 2 in the morning. Half of us are asleep, so definitely not like that. And so it's just like, oh yeah, so it's definitely affecting other areas, otherwise they wouldn't have came out in the cold, bitter wind of -15 to fix that problem. If it was just us, they wouldn't have came out, is my point. But yeah, that's how I knew exactly where it was, because he said, oh yeah, it's out by this gas station, and he's like, it's so funny that only this part of the trailer park's affected. And then, yeah, I do remember hearing a conversation about him talking about the electricity, how it comes in at a few different points around the trailer park to supply the different trailer houses. But when it comes in at them points, what it does is it spiders out from those points and goes to different trailer houses. And that's why if you get part of the trailer house, or part of the trailer park affected and not the other part, was because one of those points is not supplying the electricity like it should. But it's so freaking weird. But of course they're not gonna tear up all the trailer houses and try to fix what was probably been here for ever, since dirt was invented.
Oh, yeah.
The electricity lines have been there that long. Since the trailer park was built, I'm sure. Well, I wouldn't say built, carved into the dirt. And then houses set. I would say I'm definitely glad, though, that this unnamed person that I know owns the trailer park. Owns this specific one, because we wouldn't have had any place to go.
Well, shit, he's a nice enough guy to begin with.
Well, that too, but we wouldn't have any place to go after we were subsequently kicked out of our place there, out of our 5-minute house, the 2-story 5-minute house. And again, for those who don't know what a 5-minute house is an extremely quickly put up house, very hastily built with cheap material. That's a 5-minute house. It was a 2-story house, had lots of leaks.
The job and that's it.
Yeah, it looks nice from the outside, but as soon as you go inside, you're just like, what the heck? And it has leaks, and it's not that old and stuff. But the person that owned that house, we were renting from him. the person that owned that house decided they were going to sell the house and said, "Hey, do you want to buy it?" And we said, "Well, how much does it cost?" And he wanted, I can't remember the price, but I do remember he wanted probably it was around 3 or 4 times more than what the house would have been worth. The guy
Well,
wanted
the
way
thing
too
is,
much.
Well, it's probably like 10 times that price today
Oh yeah, probably.
because of the way fucking shit's gone.
Yeah. But he said, "Well, if you're not going to buy it," so we said, "Oh hell no!" Like if it was reasonable, we might have been, we would have said, "Okay, well, how about this? We work on like payments, do kind of a rent to own style. We just pay more
Yeah,
each month
because the thing
to
is,
own it."
if you rent to own, you're still renting it. He's still making money.
Yep.
So it's like it doesn't matter.
But the way the money he wanted, we said no, and he said, "Okay, then you have 30 days to get out." That's how the conversation went. There was no remorse. There was no, "Oh, well, let me give you some time to move out since I'm selling the house, and I'll try to find a buyer," and stuff like that. It was just, "Oh, you're not buying? Okay, goodbye. You got 30 days. Get out." And we said, "Okay, well, what the hell are we gonna do now?" And then it's just like, "Well, that we know this person, and this person owns this trailer park. Let's see if he has any houses available." And he's just like, "Yeah, I got one house available, one double wide. It's not finished yet. We just put it in. I bought it. He bought it used and whatnot. But it's just like we just put it in, but it's not finished yet." And it's just like, "Well, we got to get out of the house now." And he said, "Well, you can move in there a lot quicker if you help us out." So yeah, we came over, and for the next couple weeks, we helped put the house together. And that's where I first learned how to work on trailer houses, how they go together and stuff like that, and electricity of them, and all the plumbing. I was there for all of it, pretty much,
Yeah.
because I was in high school at the time. So, I had no other choice but to be a part of it. And I know that's where my mom lived, has lived there ever since. Been living here for over 10 years.
I had to go to the gas station. What would be... Ooh, I just thought of something. Since there's maintenance and fuel and repair stuff now, if they've made a fuel truck and a maintenance truck.
Yeah. I can definitely see that. Definitely go snow runner style.
Well, it's like, they make those.
Oh, yeah.
So why not just bring in like a truck with a tank of fuel on the back and a truck that has
Yeah, and it could be unnamed as well.
maintenance parts?
It doesn't have to be a licensed thing.
Exactly.
Just an unnamed trailer.
If not, fuck it, modders. There you go, free idea. Make a maintenance truck.
I would not doubt if somebody's already on that.
And I was just thinking of that because I was just crawling at 4.5 miles an hour back down here because I had to put fuel and I had to, fix it up a little bit. And I would have really preferred not to have to fuck off and leave.
Yeah. Yeah, we just go over a couple feet and boop.
It's like, go there we go, all's fine and dandy.
I tell you another thing though about video games. There seems to be also a lot of people that have fallen into the expected bugs in multiplayer type of deal. Like it's just expected now and there's no higher standard anymore about multiplayer. Just like, oh, I'm playing this buggy mess of a game. It's just like, are you playing single player or multiplayer? I'll play multiplayer. Well, there you go. There's your problem. Like, fuck's sake. Why? I mean, I get there's going to be issues, but, you know, couldn't there have been some kind of testing? I'm guessing that's why some developers have just shied away from multiplayer entirely. Just like, we're not going to deal with it.
I could see that.
Like, I think I'd definitely, if I was developing a game, obviously I don't have a bunch of money, and I don't have a bunch of people working underneath me, stuff like that. If I was going to make a game, I would definitely leave. I think I would definitely go the same way of leaving multiplayer out for now. Because I'd definitely create a game where I'd want multiplayer to be a part of it, but it would definitely come way later. I would want the game to be. I want the game to be. I want to be happy where the game's at right now. Stable, nice, really good to play game. Everybody likes it. Well, of course, not everybody. That's unrealistic, but you know, most people like it. Yeah, get it sorted, and then we'll work on multiplayer. We'll add multiplayer in.
It's like it can always be released way after as its own standalone thing or as an addition.
Yep. But there are some games too that don't have multiplayer. That even if the scummy practice was to come into play, where this particular game, this particular but
everything's fine. Everything's fine. Go ahead.
What's going on over there?
I did not explode.
Okay. But I would definitely, even if it was like even if it's a scummy practice, obviously, but even if they were to implement it, I would probably still pay for it. Paying for multiplayer.
I don't like the concept, but I completely get it. It's like, this is a single player game. If you really want multiplayer, it's going to have to be its own thing, and that is going to cost money.
Yeah, you're going to have to if it's an awesome game, that'd be even better with multiplayer. But they don't plan to add multiplayer to it. I could definitely, if they said, "Hey, we'll do multiplayer, but it's going to have to it cost us to do multiplayer for this game." So that muddies
servers and everything as well.
Yeah. Well, if they do servers, that is, they don't have to do servers. But whoa, that flash. My graphics card went nuts there for a second. But yeah, I would definitely, for some games, I would definitely go, oh yeah, I'd definitely pay like $20. I would happily pay $20 for a multiplayer to be developed. But then again, like I said, it'd have to be in a situation where it'd have to be in that perfect scenario where the game it's just everybody wants multiplayer and stuff like that for this specific game, and the game is already really good and whatnot. I would definitely help, if I could, definitely help develop multiplayer for it so that it could be played. But of course, at that point, I would also know that I'm paying for that as well.
Oh yeah.
That's definitely what a lot of developers don't say. Like, if you are paying for a deal, they're asking for a DLC for some weird reason or whatever. I mean, sure, you're getting something out of it, but it's just like, why all of a sudden? Why? You would think that this would not be until way later.
And this might sound bad, but the new Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 2.
I don't even know.
You have the new game.
Yep.
You've got the campaign. Cool. Why is that separate than the multiplayer? You have the multiplayer. That's separate than the campaign. Why is this a thing?
Yeah, that also
I
has.
understand some people just play it for the multiplayer, but why are they doing this?
Yeah, that's something that also has happened in recent times, where it's, let's separate multiplayer and single player into their own deals. And then, negating what I just said, that I pay for multiplayer for certain stuff, there's certain stuff it's just like they force you to pay for one or the other. Or both, if you want both.
Yeah, and that's what happened here. It's like, I'm sure there's an edition that has both, but it's like, why not just have that one edition?
So it's like, yeah, for years and years and years for multiplayer games that have a single player, like a campaign and stuff, that was always the deal. It was always a package deal. You always got both for one price. And Halo being a major, big example of it. You got the big old campaign, you pay, $50, $60, however much it was back then.
Depends on the Halo game, you'll get
Yeah.
a big old campaign.
Yeah, that's also true too. But yeah, it was just like
Halo, 5? You had like a campaign that lasted 2-3 hours.
yeah, on Legendary, which should take you twice as long.
And it's just like, the fuck?
Oh, I no longer have to select. I can select to skip an hour. No. I can select morning, noon, evening, and night, or I can skip ahead an hour.
Sweet.
Okay, cool. I said coffee break morning. Okay, maybe we are in the morning. Coffee break noon. Oh,
Can you come push everything against, like the wall in front of me? There's little spikes I can't grab.
oh, sure.
Let me pick up this pile, though. I can probably manage the pile.
I've been pushing it all to this corner, and it seems to have disappeared some of the dirt. Yeah, I'll push this.
Yeah, let me just get out of your way. But yeah, like to my right, there's all these little spikes, and I can't pick them up. And while you're doing that, I'm actually going to be right back.
Okay. Now the dirt's definitely going somewhere. I don't know if this has helped or not. Guess we'll find out. Yeah, that dirt's going somewhere. Of course, if this was real life, I would have just punctured a hole in that wall there and we'd be flooding with water. If I push this, it definitely kind of disappears. Oh yeah, I'm breaking the blade today.
Perfect.
If I was doing what I'm doing right now in a real life scenario, I would have just cost this machine several $1,000s in damages.
Yeah.
Yeah, dragging a push blade across a concrete barrier
Nah, I'll be fine.
while the piston on the right side is pushing in slightly. Yeah,
I'll be fine.
I definitely wouldn't bend a freaking piston or blow a line. Yeah, I think I got
Oh,
rid
come
of.
on.
I think I got rid of all those spikes for you.
There's one there, but it's not in the way.
Yeah, this is genuinely taking a pretty long time, like it would in real life. Digging a pit like this would take, I don't know, what would you say, a week? Maybe?
No, I don't think it'd take a week, but there would be more than 2 fucking people.
Yeah, that's also true. For us, it would take a week, I would say. Or if it was just us two digging and pushing dirt around, hauling it off in a dump truck. Oh, back to what we were talking about on multiplayer. There's another game that I would pay for multiplayer, and I don't know why, but I would pay for it. Even though it doesn't seem like it would make much sense as a multiplayer game, but it kind of does, but it kind of doesn't. Is King of Retail. King of Retail, I would pay for a multiplayer on that. If they said, "Hey, we are going to develop a multiplayer. If you want access to that multiplayer or access to like the betas and stuff for when while we're developing it, $20." I'd be like, "Oh hell yes, give me that." I would definitely be the meme. Shut up and take my money. Because King of Retail, much like City Skylines, much like Planet Coaster, much like the game I've been playing with my recent series, Dyson Sphere Program. Games like that where multiplayer would definitely improve the experience that much more.
Yeah.
And it definitely would be a thing of we're developing multiplayer. You want access to it. You got to pay us $10, $20. It would definitely be a no second thought in my mind. Here's my money, go. Please, I want it so badly. But yeah, I was playing King of Retail the other day. I wasn't playing very long, but I definitely remember why I purchased the game in the first place. Because it's just one of them games that is definitely like a job, like having a job, like having a managerial position, owning a store. It's like that. So you'd think, oh, that sounds terribly boring. That sounds terrible. Why would you ever do that? Why would that ever be a game? And then you play it and you're just like, I understand. I understand fully why you're addicted to this. Just like, and it would just, for multiplayer, would just be that much more fun. It's just like us two managing a freaking store where we can hire employees, we can set up the store, we can sell pretty much anything that the retail business sells, other than like, video games, of course, unfortunately. But you can sell electronics, you can sell clothes, you can sell groceries, stuff like that. Basically any kind of major retail chain store you can think of. And among those, you can even sell a store that sells all of it. So you could be a Walmart if you wanted.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, you can be a Walmart. It just the only downside to that is the performance concerns.
Yeah.
Because each model that they have for each item is actually, it's not super high res, but it's definitely up there. The items definitely do look really good when they're displayed and stuff like that. They're not super low quality, so when you definitely have more items out and you got more going on, it's made in Unreal Engine 4, which is kind of crazy for a game that small as far as development. And having the player base that it has, which isn't that big. It's just like, it's surprising for a game like that to be made in an Unreal Engine 4. Of course, Unreal Engine 4 is not as good as it used to be, but... it's not as good as it should be, I should say. I know there's one game in particular that's thinking of switching to Unreal Engine 5, because that would solve a lot of their physics engine issues and stuff they're having, plus the item limit.
Yeah.
Satisfactory is that's the one. They want to switch to Unreal Engine 5. The only problem with doing that is that it would set them back months and months of work. But it would also solve the major problems they can't solve with the Unreal Engine 4. The problems that they are unable to solve right now would be solved, but it would also cost them several months worth of work, because it's not just a copy everything over to the new engine. There's a lot more that goes into it than that, because I guess it's easier for some games than others, but when Satisfactory has such a high reliance on Unreal Engine 4 and only that it would definitely set them months back, because they'd have to redo everything.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
Like it wouldn't be starting over by any means, but it would definitely be like basically like going back to update 3 or 4 that they had, and a lot of the progress they had made with the current engine, fixing a lot of the bugs and stuff, all that work would definitely be kind of mitigated. And I'm switching over. They'd have to develop everything into the new engine. But yeah, I guess that's the problem with King of Retail is, yeah, you can sell everything like a Walmart, but do you have the computer to be able to do that? Because everything is made in Unreal Engine 4, including the assets, being of really good quality and stuff like that. That it's like even one of the stores I was trying to do, which is a really small store. It was just a small electronics store with I had some phones, some tablets, some laptops, and some desktop computers. And my game, yes, I do have a Feeling graphics card, but also my game was extremely laggy whenever anything would happen. If I walked around and stuff like that. If I stood still, everything was fine. But as soon as I moved, there went all my FPS. It's just like, it's a lot of the items are just too good to look at in mass. Because, not only do you have one item, say you have one item displayed, right? More than likely, in most scenarios, you're going to have, like an actual store, you're going to have that one item on mass displayed. You're going to have 10 of that item or 20 of that item displayed on a shelf. And it doesn't scale down the graphics per that item. So all of those items, so a high quality looking item times 20. And that's like simple stuff. I've seen some people that have like stores and stuff like that. They're running like these massive store. They go into this massive store, like 20, 30 employees doing different things, and all these items in their game is running like absolute ass. But it looks good, at least, I guess, when stood still. So yeah, I guess their problem is optimization. They could definitely make that a little better. But I do believe it is a small development team, because I could just guess, just because of the very little in updates and the way they talk in their updates and stuff like that, the way they word things. That's another thing, is you can definitely tell when looking at something that's written by a developer, you can definitely tell if they're a big company or a small company, or hell, even just a one-man development team. You can definitely tell.
One man, it's like he is taking time out of his day that he could be working on the game to let people know in a patch notes, dev blog, whatever.
Yep. But the way they word stuff is different. Like a lot of the small development teams, they'll use words like "we" and "this is what we're doing." There's definitely a lot more substance and a lot more information there. When I have a smaller development team, they're more willing to divulge information. They're more likely to word patch notes longer, give more information about the patch notes and about each individual fix or each individual improvement, each individual addition. There's definitely more there. There's more substance, stuff like that. When you got a big development team, though, there's definitely a lot less and stuff like that. And they're more like talking at you rather than having a real conversation. Like it's written by a robot, essentially. That's what it feels like when you read some of those bigger patches by the bigger development teams. It feels like a robot wrote those, and more than likely it probably did. Or by an intern that doesn't know how to word anything. That's just his only job is to write the patch notes whenever a patch goes out. I guess the easy way to put it is they're definitely more down to earth than the smaller development teams. I feel like it feels like you're talking with the developer in many ways. Or maybe the patch notes will be so weirdly worded and put together that you'd be like, there's no way. There's no way this is a big company. It's definitely a one-man job, or like him and his friends developing this game and putting out these patch notes. It's just like, oh yeah, okay. Definitely I'm reminded of that when I read the patch notes for Motortown. I mean, I get that English is not his native or their native language, but still, it is funny to read some of them. So you have to. It's one of those you have to do a double take. It's just like you have to read it again to understand what they're trying to say. And that's not bad by any means. I do enjoy that kind of stuff. I think one of my favorite dev blogs type of deal is the one for automation. That dude is freaking hilarious. Yeah. He is. He's one of the main guys or whatever. He's the one that does the turbos. He does the development for the turbos, the UI, and stuff like that. And every time they're working on something, he likes to put out a video on YouTube talking about it and what's going on and what they're doing and stuff like that. And you can definitely tell he's not professional, which I like. I like that kind of stuff because it definitely feels like you're all friends here type of deal.
Yep.
Yep. Like one of them, he's just like, "Oh, I'm so irritated by this template I'm making for these for how these turbos are going to deliver power, and there's just so much fuckery going on." He's just like, "Oh, it's so irritating to work on, but I gotta finish it." It's just like, yeah, that's awesome. But he got so technical with his turbo. Oh, the turbos for automation. He got so technical with those damn things that because he said he wanted them to perform exactly like a turbo would. And every option that you change on that turbo changes how the turbo operates in a realistic way, which is pretty hard to do, apparently. I wouldn't know. I mean, I would assume it would, but for a video game, definitely wouldn't be something that I'd be able to do. Because he was showing off all the charts and stuff he was working on, and the Excel spreadsheets, and how much information was actually there to put into the game, and it is insane. It is bonkers. It's like, okay, if you didn't know it was for a video game, and if there's no hint that it was a video game, I would have assumed that this was a guy trying to develop his own turbo for a real car. Like he was trying to develop his own turbos because of how much information is actually there. But there's like a million different things that putting a turbo on a car in automation. There's definitely like a million different things that affects. And then on top of that, those million different things that it affects, changing the options for that turbo also affects those things and sometimes additional things. Like putting a bigger turbine on that turbo is going to definitely increase power, but here's what it's going to do to the engine. Here's what it's going to do to the car and how it behaves, and in all the ways that it should, like from the suspension to the tires to how much the chassis twists, to stuff like that. It's absolute just something. It's one of those things that you can definitely sit there and listen to for hours and hours on end and have no idea what they're talking about. Or you're just like, I understand all of this. But it sure is interesting to hear. Hoping that they eventually add superchargers to that game.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, that way I can finally put my LS7 to proper spec. Because I've got the LS7 7.2 liter V8, I think it is. That's supposed to have. Yeah, it's supposed to have a. Originally, it's supposed to have a supercharger on it, which is what I want. But in order to make the power that engine's supposed to make, I had to do a I think it's a quad turbo. I had to do a quad turbo in order to make the 1600 horsepower, something like that.
Jeez, yeah.
Yeah, the reason I had to do quad turbos was because it's a V8, so it's got an exhaust on either side, and twin turbo on those exhausts wasn't able to make enough power without blowing up the engine to smithereens, or having the turbos so massive that they stick out of the sides of the car. Stuff like that. So I went with the quad turbo setup, so it's it's 4 small turbos, which gets best of both worlds. Doesn't look unrealistic. Can fit inside the body of the vehicle I was trying to get it inside of. And produces the power, the horsepower that I wanted. And I put this thing inside of a 1979 Chevy Camaro. It's not the normal Camaro body, it's the other one. I can't fucking remember now, all of a sudden. It's the Camaro body where the headlights, the headlight shape is really strange. The headlights are kind of out on their own little bits of the body, basically.
Okay.
In a way, it's kind of where the headlights are. It's rounded all the way back along the top of the fenders, all the way back towards the windshield. It's got like a rounded bit, or rounded
Yeah,
bits
I know
there.
what you mean.
What the fuck is that Camaro? It's almost like a Firebird, but it's or a Trans Am. It's almost like that, but yeah, it's that car. And the only problem was the intake pipe, the one intake pipe that I had on it that goes to the intercooler. The way it's placed on that motor, unfortunately, I can't change that, so it's sticking out of the hood. So what I did was I turned that into a funny car, which, if people don't know what a funny car is, basically a dragster with a big ol' ram air intake on the hood. Almost like a blower, but it's attached to the hood rather than to the engine. And they call it funny car because it looks ridiculous. And it usually goes the length of the hood. Oh, I guess you could say a reverse jet engine, kind of shaped like the reverse jet engine on the hood, all the way to the length of the hood. Really strange. So I turned it into a funny car. Then I was just like, okay, well, if I'm gonna do that, I might as well just go full on dragster. So I put massively wide tires on there. I think they were 365, I believe. Which, again, for people that don't know, that number right there is that I just mentioned is the width of the tire, how wide the tires are. And a 355 is what you would find on basically a top fuel dragster. Maybe not quite that wide, but 355 is definitely up there. That was the only way I could get that car to actually drive, to not have so much wheel spin that I couldn't move. Because first, I think with normal, like 295, something like that. I wouldn't say normal, but I mean like 295. I had a 100% wheel spin from first to fourth gear. 100% wheel spin means it don't matter how much throttle is applied, you're going to spin the wheels.
The answer to is it going to spin the wheels is yes.
Just yes. All the way through fourth gear.
Will it spin the wheels? Doesn't matter. Yes.
Traction, what's that? Fucking hell. So yeah, I went with 355s, and that brought the wheel spin from 4 gears down to 2. Still so much power that first and second. I even tried to gear it so that I don't have one wheel spin on, or only 100% wheel spin on the first gear, but yeah, it just wasn't happening. But I guess that makes sense when you have a quad turbo. Quad turbo is fucking 1700 fucking horsepower. I can't remember what I said the top speed was in that car. And that top speed was only the speed I could get it to before I crashed it. It was 300 and some odd miles an hour. Because there isn't maps in BeamNG Drive big enough for that car to reach its top speed. Either that, or you'll reach a speed to where the transmission just explodes. I'll have to find the images of that car again and send it to you. I don't know if I ever did or not. I think I'm helping making progress, right? I'm pushing all
I'm not going to say you're not.
I'm pushing it all the way as far as I can, which seems to be piling it up in one area.
Yeah, it's piling it up.
And I'd say it's definitely making some of it disappear, because there ain't no way. It's not. Oh, there is something I want to test real quick. Go to
Okay.
online, crew, select you, foreman. Can you skip the day?
Let me dump this.
Yeah, because you have to be out. But I'm wondering if you can take a coffee break and skip it. Now that you're a foreman.
Negatory Ghost Rider.
Ah, fuck. Okay. I guess that'll just be me then.
Yep. I could see the coffee break option, but it was grayed out, so.
Oh, okay. I guess I understand it. Especially if you're playing on a game where maybe you don't know everybody.
But if you make him a foreman, you know.
Well, yeah, that's true, I guess, yeah. Be the other side of it. Yeah. I am going to take a short break, go stand up, stretch my legs. Be right back.
Welcome back.
Yep. And we've been here for 3 hours already.
Yeah, just excavating.
I was just like, I had to stand up. I was like, my knees. You know where I think the budget went for this game?
What's that?
The budget for this game. Other than the licensing, of course. The major one. I think the other part of the budget went towards the dirt stuff.
Well, I spent about 15 grand earlier on fixing this fucking thing and fueling it. And we started at 380,000 on my end, and we're at 394. So.
Oh, you have a different money pool than I do then.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, I have 3.9 mil right now.
Yeah, that's what I mean. 3.924 million.
Oh, I'm at 3.9 still. Wait. So if you fill up and maintenance a vehicle, does that charge me?
I would assume so.
Because I didn't pay attention when you did that.
It was a hot minute ago.
Because you said you're at 2.4?
No, I'm at 3.924.
Oh, 924, okay. I thought you said you were at 2.4 mil, and I'm just like, wait, what? And you were at 3.9. This is like, wait a minute. Okay, so we are sharing a money pool. Okay.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
So I have YouTube going on in the background, as one is wont to do when nothing is going on.
Yep, and you're not recording.
I just got an ad. You want to take a guess at how long this ad is set to take?
30 seconds? 60 minutes? Or 60 seconds?
2 hours, 5 minutes, 32 seconds.
I think that's broken.
It is for an AWS keynote.
AWS.
Not a fucking clue. I think it's Amazon related due to the way it looks, but I am not going to listen to an ad for 2 hours, 5 minutes to change.
Yeah, don't tell no one, but I have an ad block. A free ad block on my computer, which blocks YouTube ads.
I don't have enough space on my computer to put anything anymore.
Oh, this doesn't take up that much space, and it's free.
I've got less than a gigabyte of space on my hard drive.
Do you only have one hard drive then?
I've got 2, but everything I put on it goes onto the C drive for some goddamn reason.
Oh, your location of your Steam library is on your C drive then? If you install a game from Steam, and you have 2 drives, but it goes onto one drive, then that's where the Steam library itself is located. Yeah, I had problems with that too when I was doing my secondary hard drive. When I did that, I was just like, okay, I did what the thing said, and moved all my games over to the D drive, and then I was just like, okay, well, I got this brand new game, and I got all my games on the D drive, and it just kept installing games on the C drive for some reason, yeah. And so I looked it up, and apparently, yeah, it's wherever you have set for your Steam library, which I had mine set for the C drive. So even though I had transferred all my games to the D drive to run off of the D drive, they were still, not only were they still running off of the C drive, all new games were installed on the C drive as well. Because when you install a game, it doesn't look at the drive itself first. It looks at where the Steam library is located and says, oh, their Steam library is located here, so we'll install all their games here. That way you can have, and for that purpose, that way you can have your Steam library located pretty much anywhere you want, and wherever that's located is where all your games will be installed on from the future onwards, if you decide to move it or install it brand new. Yeah, so what I did was I had to, you have to go into the Steam settings and basically you have to add a new file path for the new, where you want the games to go on, and then make sure Steam recognizes that and doesn't have the other location on there. So you delete that one. We transfer all your games over first where you want them. You create a new Steam apps folder, essentially. And then you make sure that Steam recognizes that file path, and then it will install that to that new file path instead. So it's like on my D drive, it's like the file path is D users Steam immediately. There is no, app data or anything like that, or any special file path, program data, x86 or anything like that. It's just users, Steam apps common. That way it's immediately found as soon as I access the D drive, pretty much. But of course, you can't run your Windows system off of a drive like that.
Which is kind of sad, but it is what it is.
Yeah, Windows is very, very particular on how the file system is, how everything is ran, and where everything is located. Steam likes to know where everything is located, and if it ain't located there, Steam goes, I'm gonna cause problems now because I can't recall where that file is located at because you decided to move it, so how about fuck you? Just nothing will work now. I also remember the time that I don't think it does it anymore, but when Windows 10 was newer, there used to be a thing where if you found the exact forum post on how to correctly disable Cortana, a little not the thing from Halo, but the little thing that would activate every time you opened up the start menu and wanted you to talk to it or type in its box for searching stuff. If you correctly disabled that, there was a time where Windows would detect that you would disable that, and all of a sudden Windows would start, I guess, falsely screwing up and causing problems because it would try to recall files that would be now disabled because they were integrated into the Cortana system. So as soon as you disable Cortana, it's just like, oh, we can't recall the files no more, so I guess the files don't exist. So now we're just going to start now Windows is just going to start causing errors. So irritating. Because, officially Cortana was, is a, just a thing, it's like talking to your phone, like, hey Google, or hey Alexa, or anything like that. It's the same type of deal there. And it'll automatically search and find for you, but unofficially, I think Cortana is one of those things where they use the data that you search with. They use that data to then target you with ads and stuff like that, specifically. So every time Windows says, or Windows is just like, oh yeah, we updated our system and you can go ahead and enable all these features now that you don't have enabled. It's just like, no, I don't want those enabled. I'm good. Because I do think it's funny that the Superfetch system that everybody was disabling is now called sysmain, which stands for system main, so that people would stop disabling it. All it is just a thing that uses resources to recall files faster for you. The only problem with it is it causes issues with disk usage if you have a hard disk. It uses up a lot more of those hard disk resources, and well, if you're poor, like a lot of us, you don't have a whole lot of money for fancy hard drives or solid states and stuff like that, or you just have to run everything off of a single drive, or you're going to be hurting because of that. And you got me going off on a tangent about Windows. I've had a rough time with Windows 10. Because
Are you sure you have?
As I was one of the unlucky few to go, oh, let me update to Windows, I think it was 8.1 from 7.
Yeah, that was a mistake.
Yeah, it was a mistake, and then they're just like, oh yeah, we'll fix it with Windows 10. All those problems you were having with Windows 8, you get a free Windows 10 upgrade, and you can go straight to Windows 10, and everything will be fixed. That was not the thing at all, but I hated 8.1 so much that I was willing to switch, and I wasn't smart enough to go, oh, let me just downgrade back to Windows 7. No, I was stupid enough to go, oh, yeah, sure, I'll go to Windows 10, because Windows 7 is good. Maybe Windows 10 will be good.
Well, it was a case of it's bad, then it's good. Then it's bad, then it's good.
Yeah, and for me, Windows 10 upgrade was even worse than Windows 8.1. Like, Windows 8.1, I hated it. I hated it with a passion. I was just like, this is such a pile of crap. Such a pile of crap. Like, what the hell? And it's just like, I see why people were saying that the Xbox One system, or Xbox One's system, was developed off of the Windows system. I didn't see that with Windows 7. I was just like, it doesn't seem right. I didn't have the whole truth that it was actually off of 8.1. And I hated Xbox One's UI system, the way the menus and stuff worked. So then, yeah, I upgraded to 8.1, and then I found out why they said that, and then I hated 8.1 even more. But then again, I probably could have stayed with 8.1, and it might have been a little bit better than what I had experienced, but man, it was bad. And then the cycle repeats itself again. So a lot of the problems that Windows 10 had when it released to the public, those same problems or similar problems are happening with Windows 11 now. At least from what I hear, that it's very similar in nature. Poor release, lot of problems, a lot of issues with it, stuff like that. And again, it's the same mentality of, well, we've been releasing buggy stuff for years now. Everybody's expecting buggy releases and stuff like that, and they never have a thought that maybe this isn't the way things are supposed to be. So, and now this is the way things are. Everything releases in releases full state release, buggy mess from the big companies, because people will pay. They will pay the money to get a worse product. They will pay them more. Which sucks. But it is the reality. That's why I keep saying that, if we want things to change for the better when it comes to software development, doesn't matter if it's in the video game side of things or it's software development like Windows, any kind of OS for computers, and stuff like that, or we just simply want one game launcher for all of our games. There has to be a big enough. There has to be enough people for a big enough change to affect their bottom dollar to the point where they're willing to make a change. Because those big companies, they're not going to make a change unless it affects them to the point where they're either threatened with losing all their customers or threatened with bankruptcy and or losing all their investors. Because of investors, so many companies have gotten such big to the point where they're what they're called too big to fail. Well, the only problem with that is if you have no customers for that too big to fail mentality, well, you will lose out. You will go bankrupt. It has happened to big companies that they mess with their customer base just a little too much, and they found out the hard way what happens. But the only problem is nowadays people will defend to the death. And that's not just a saying anymore. They will defend to the death their companies that they pay for the services or products or whatever. Everything has turned into a huge battle where people will defend to the death. They no longer think individually. They think as a collective. And that's as far as I'm willing to go with that conversation. I went to that can of worms. I had slightly opened the lid and went, no, that's as far as I'm going. Let's just close that back up and put it back on the shelf. Because I do not want to be. I don't want to become one of those political YouTuber channels. Because it is one of those situations you have the wrong opinion and you're going to suffer for it unless you have the means of defending yourself. And I don't mean violently defending yourself. I mean like defending yourself on the platform. So that's why I tend not to go too far into the political spectrum. Because it's just like, well, I don't have the kind of funds that a lot of the big YouTubers have. I don't have the lawyers and all that stuff in order to be able to talk about that stuff freely without being, without paying for it, basically. In any manner of way. So I just tend not to go that far. Plus, people don't like to hear about that kind of stuff. The political nature of today.
Yeah, there was a streamer I was watching, and they were like, "Hey, how's it going? XYZ, yada yada," to somebody, and they're like, "Oh, it's been an awful day, yada yada yada," and it's like, "Oh, what's happened?" "Oh, well, this place, they're super far right, XYZ, whatever," and it's like, "Okay, we're done."
Yep.
It's like, we're not talking politics.
Yep. I like to talk about it every now and again, and I'll dabble in it a little bit here and there, but I do try to stay away from it for the most part. If I am going to talk anything that's politics related, it's going to be stuff that's outdated. Stuff that most people aren't going to they're either not going to know anything about, or they're not going to have an opinion on, because they're just like, oh, well, that opinion's been far sealed and everybody knows where they stand and nobody gives a shit about it anymore. That kind of stuff. It's like, yeah, it does suck to go with that, but like I said, if I talk about any of that stuff, I say the wrong thing. Boom, there goes my YouTube channel, And I would like to build somewhat of a career on not only YouTube but other places as well. And yeah, like I said, it sucks, but I have to play the game if I want to be a part of it.
For now, at least.
For now, yeah. But make no mistake, I'm not going to go the other way either on the stuff I think. Unless something major happens, of course, but that changes my opinion. I'm not going to, because of money, is what I'm trying to say. Because of money, I'm not going to...
how much money are we talking?
Yeah.
If it's a life-changing amount of money, oh, fuck yeah, no, I'll talk about that, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't know if I go that far.
If it's a life-changing amount of money, I do not give a fuck.
But of course, YouTube's not paying people to talk about politics either, though.
Nope.
Yeah. They're not paying people to have a certain opinion. They're just being choosy of those opinions. If it's a hot button issue and you have the wrong opinion on it, then you will suffer the consequences. And I'm also not going to go into what opinion is allowed and what is not allowed, because that also is a problem on YouTube when you talk about that. If you mention specifics and stuff, they do get a little bit angry.
Yep, I'm just over here digging a fucking hole.
Whee!
Never mind. Okay, there's that.
I emptied it. I emptied most of it in the air.
Yep. I'll be back.
Canal. I did try to empty it as fast as I could. I think I pissed him off. I've been pushing this dirt up against you. Been treating her like real life. Pushing the dirt a little bit at a time. Yep. Talking about the politics of politics. What else do we got to talk about sometimes? It's the way it goes. I think I'm doing good. Not what you want to hear in a man with a bulldozer. 'Cause I think I'm doing this correct. I think I'm doing it. I don't know. Trying to get rid of the ridge here. Try and push it over to the end so that we can keep the dirt is real jiggly. Well, I went up a percentage, so I'm doing something. What? I don't know, but I am doing something. Let's get out and switch the day to noon. Tickety tickety tuck. Okay. Just had to take a quick break there. I think I definitely am helping though. At least I hope I'm helping. Trying to keep the dirt pushed up against the side here. Oh, it's all flat down at the bottom. So this is going to be a tiny little marina. No wonder it's so expensive that they were going to pay us. This part is like insane. Go in with the loader. Oh, never mind. Are you back?
Yep.
I did manage to at least unload that dump truck before I landed. Most of the dirt did stay in. Just like, quick, unload it! It's before it hits the ground. But I think I am doing something because while you were gone, I went up a percentage. I think it's because I'm flattening it. You know, it'd be nice as a front end loader with tracks. Like all we'd have to do is just swap the blade on this to a bucket. We could definitely do some moving of some dirt. I mean, it wouldn't be able to tip back very far, but at least it'd be better than just pushing. Yeah. And I don't know if I'm doing very much, but I definitely am doing something. Don't want to ever hear that in a man in a big bulldozer. I think I'm doing something. think I'm doing this right. I have no idea. Because every time I plow it in like this, like you're doing with the front end loader, when you go to dig, some of the dirt does seem to disappear. Yeah, I think I just discovered why the wheeled vehicles are so bad at off-road. Like, truly, why they're so bad at off-road in this game. Because I'm watching your loader here, and the wheels were their what they're doing in quote-unquote suspension. Front-end loaders don't have suspension. The only suspension, like the only give they have on the axles is a single pivot point in the center, and it acts like a teeter-totter between each front wheel has a single axle and has a pivot point right in the center, and it pivots between those two axes, the two front wheels, and it teeter-totters when you're on an uneven surface. That's the only suspension you get. There is no springs. There is no there's no shocks. There's no anything like that. It's just a solid axle with a single pivot point, and it's the same with the rear wheels. They have that single pivot point over a solid axle, and that's it. So you just basically, the only effective suspension you have is kind of body roll. Is the best way I can explain it. It's like a body roll, kinda. That's it. And what this game is simulating when watching your stuff is the wheels are bouncing up and down individually, like as if you were driving a car that has independent suspension, independent springs, independent shocks. Loaders aren't built that way. And the dump trucks we're using here aren't built that way either. Because, they're usually not meant to go very fast, so they don't need the suspension to go over long distances quickly. Same with the tractor. Tractor doesn't have any suspension either, really. I mean, if you want to go old school tractors, the only suspension on those things was the seat. That was your suspension. It had springs. The seat in the cabless tractor had springs underneath it. Some of them did. And the front axle, again, the front axle and the rear axle were usually, at least the fronts, I know, definitely were, on a lot of them tractors, were what I'm talking about, solid axle, single pivot point in the center. That's it. That's all you had.
Yeah, I'm sitting here thinking you're talking to the guy who mows with a 1940s Model A John Deere tractor where the suspension is the cushion and the tires underneath you.
Yeah, I mean,
Because
that one does.
You've got a cushion on the seat, and then you've got tires underneath you. Everything else is solid cast iron.
Yeah, it should still have a pivot point in the center, though.
I
think.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't? Huh.
No, this is a narrow front end tire.
Well, yeah, a lot of those that I talk about do have narrow front ends. A lot of the John.
Yeah, there's no suspension.
Yep.
It's a cast iron chunk. That's it.
A lot of the John Deere's, the red ones, had the axle. The only thing that was separate was the front axle. That was the only separate part of it, other than obviously the tires and whatnot. But yeah, it had a center front axle, and then that axle was bolted with a giant bolt in the center, and then that kind of pivoted, and that was it, though. That was it.
There's no suspension. It's just cast iron on top of cast iron.
Uh-huh.
We do have a B model, or not B. We do have a B model, but we same shit, different day, basically between the two of those. We have a D model, Now, it's got a giant spring steel bar that goes out to the seat you sit on. That's
Yep.
the suspension.
Yep. Basically,
Spring steel bar that you sit on.
yeah, basically, what would be equivalent to a leaf spring, just only one. I've seen those, or I'm sure you've seen them as well, where the seat, it has a leaf spring bar, but the bar bolts to the seat, and then it goes out forward a little bit in front of the seat, and then it does a full 180 backwards, and then bolts onto the tractor there. It's two of them, and you got two little ones, and you're just kind of doing that as well. It's just spring metal, a solid piece of spring metal. I've also seen those as well. It's just like, wow. But again, yeah, they don't go very fast, so the suspension like a car has isn't really needed. It would cost way more to develop for something like that than it's worth. So they for several reasons, but they just don't do it. Even with the big loaders nowadays, like the big ones we're using here, the big dump trucks and stuff, there's no reason to develop a leaf spring or shock absorber coilover axle or anything like that. There's no reason to develop that for something that its top speed is maybe 10 to 15 miles an hour. Maybe 20 if you hit the highway. There's no reason to develop that kind of suspension. So yeah, it is just a solid axle with a center pivot point, so that you get a little bit of body roll. And then of course your seat and the tires, the super soft squishy tires that a lot of front end loaders and dump trucks, those big dump trucks like that, seem to have. I mean, they're solid, but when you get some weight on them, they're kind of squishy, and they're usually generally anywhere between 5 to 10 psi, which is strange, isn't it? That giant tire on that loader is going to be anywhere between 5 to 10 psi, and that's it. But that's just because the rubber thickness on that tire is massive. And you're not like a car tire talking maybe an inch of rubber or 2 inches of rubber, if that. That'd be a big truck tire, but you're talking several inches of solid rubber. And hell, some of them I've seen some of the newer loaders. They got this new tire which the military's been using for years. It's a sponge. It looks like a sponge, or it looks like a you're looking at a sponge under a microscope. At least that's what it kind of looks like. It's a solid rubber tire, no air needed, and it's soft like those big tires. And it's pretty impervious to damage as far as major structural weakness. Like, of course, even with a tire that only has 5 to 10 psi, its major structure is if it gets a big enough puncture on those tires, it's going to be flat somewhat without air pressure, but also something like that punctures one of those big tires that does let the air out is going to cause a major structural weakness in that tire, and every time you put weight on that, it's going to start to split on that big rubber tire. Seen it happen with an old loader. They had run a loader over something. It was years ago. I can't remember what it was, but they'd run it over, and that had put a slice in the tire deep enough to let air out. They kept airing it up because, well, it's a big old massive expensive tire. And if you keep putting air in it, it's going to hold or whatever. Over the years, it just opened up to a massive wound. Well, these tires are supposedly not supposed to be able to have those kind of weaknesses. Like, even if they get like a slice in them or whatever, the rest of the tire compensates for that. And again, the no air pressure thing. It does. The tires don't need air pressure to be a tire, which is pretty cool. The military's been using them for years now, but they're starting to put them on. They've probably been for a couple years now, putting them on civilian vehicles or civilian equipment, I should say. They're pretty fucking cool. It's a tire with a bunch of holes in it, oddly enough. It's a tire that looks like Swiss cheese. It's apparently the strongest tire, and it doesn't cause damage to roads like tracks do, stuff like that. I think that's pretty damn cool. But they're also extremely expensive. You're talking, for those tires, you're talking supercar, like supercar tire price. You're talking in the several, like tens of thousands of dollars for even just a glance at one of those things. I say tens of thousands because I know the old Bugatti Veyron. The old Bugatti Veyron was its tires were $36,000 a piece, I think, something like that. And reportedly, if you had a straight, perfectly flat road, and you took that car out onto that perfectly straight, flat bit of road, you can go 35 miles at full throttle. You go 35 miles, run out of gas, and burn all the rubber off the tires. Something ridiculous like that. You would basically turn the tires into drag slicks, and you would run out of fuel at 35 miles. It's like that sounds fun, but also very expensive. Yeah, there's like a brand new car nowadays, you wouldn't be able to sell a brand new 2022 car for the price of one of those spongy tires. Pretty fucking expensive. I think we're working it. Been pushing dirt for the past like 30 minutes. Piling it up so it's easy to grab, I guess. I'll just say that. That's how I've been contributing to this whole dig. I've been piling up dirt so it's easy to dig out. These axles definitely show it. Talking about earlier. The center pivot point where the drive line comes in is the same point where the pivot point is for that axle. And that's the suspension. But when you look at this game and watch how the vehicles react, the tires act like they're on springs and they're independent from the hubs where they get bolted on. I thought I'd stop pushing dirt for a bit and actually contribute to the digging of the hole. Coffee break. So what have you been up to?
Well, I've been picking stuff up, moving it, and putting it down. That's it. And this thing is going to need fuel here shortly.
Yeah, I about ran that thing out of fuel too. I think I'm like on a somewhere between a half and a quarter tank on that bulldozer.
Yeah. This is at like a sixth, maybe.
Yeah,
It's down there.
it wouldn't make sense to take that to a gas station. We would definitely have a fuel trailer out here to refuel it, and then definitely have an equipment trailer that has tools and extra parts and stuff like that if we're doing long jobs. I guess maybe not. I mean, it does depend as well on the company whether they have that kind of stuff. Well, they definitely have the fuel trailer, but to work on the equipment, I think most companies that do construction work nowadays, unless they're a big brand name company where they have billions of dollars at their disposal, billions, maybe even trillions, smaller construction companies I think would just rent everything out from the big companies.
I think they would probably own like the stuff that would make the most sense.
Yeah, they would own the stuff that they would use constantly, all the time.
Like they would probably have a backhoe type of thing, without a doubt.
Yeah, backhoe, maybe a smaller.
Like I could see these dump trucks. They might own these dump trucks, I would think.
Maybe not that
it's
big.
It's difficult to say. Yeah, not this big, but they would definitely have a dump truck.
Yeah, a tandem axle. Those are pretty cheap comparatively to these bigger things. Yeah, maybe even a small front end loader, because I know the state. I did see one. I can't remember the brand name of it, but it was one of the tiniest front end loaders I had ever seen. Like, it was only slightly bigger than a Bobcat with a bucket on it. It was pretty fucking small. The cab of that thing took up the majority of the body mass. It's like, yeah, you just take your average front end loader and shrink it down by about 5 times. There was enough room to sit in it, and probably that about it. You didn't have any arm room really. Like I said, it wasn't much bigger than a Bobcat with a bucket, but it was still a front end loader / forklift. It was one of those where you held a lever, of course when it was safe as well, but it had hydraulic lock, and you'd hold a little lever that would release the pins on the pivot point for the bucket, and then you'd go over and move over to the forks and then hold the lever the opposite way, and it would slide the pins back out. It would lock in the forks. I cannot for the life of me remember the brand name, but it was definitely tiny. But yeah, they definitely own, I think a small construction company probably owns something like that. Either that or like a Bobcat with multiple attachments. Small stuff. But they would definitely like what you're using right there. I would say smaller companies, if they needed an excavator, they'd either pay another company to bring one and do the job, or they'd rent an excavator from a company. Because much like video games have gotten easier to be able to obtain and play, downloading. You go to a place, you pay a bit of money, You download it, you got the game, you play it. You don't have to go to the store. You know, you don't have to buy a disc, purchase a disc. You don't have to take care of said disc. Stuff like that. There's no CAFAF. There's no installation before you play either. Unless you're downloading nowadays, of course. But, much like video games like that aspect, renting machinery has gotten a lot easier too. But at the same time, you pay quite a bit to even rent small stuff. But it's gotten easier to do, and in companies. I think some companies would rather rent machines out rather than sell them. And I do know the what is it called? The John Deere company here.
Yep.
They actually have a specific line of tractors for renting. They have their ones that they sell, and then they have the ones they rent.
Yeah, when I was working where I used to, what they did is they needed a new tractor for what they were doing. So, they were like, hey, you with the face, walk over and pick up a tractor that we leased. And I was just kind of sitting there like, oh, okay. Brand new tractor? Okay. I get over there, and I talk to the guy, and it's like, yeah, no, I'm here to pick up a tractor for this company. Alright, yeah, it's that one right out there. So the last time I drove a John Deere tractor, it was like a 1940s Model A, and that's my experience with tractors. So I might need a hand here.
Yeah.
And because it's like, this has buttons. That's got a metal stick.
Yeah.
It's like there's a bit of a difference in technology. That one's got 3 wires that go to the starter. That's it. This one's got computers.
Yep. I would definitely say, though, that tractors definitely did get easier to drive.
Oh yeah, it was way easier, but it was a completely different beast.
Yeah, because the John Deeres that the state rented or owned that I drove, it was just like, okay, you get in, you start the tractor, you put your foot on the brake, you move the little lever up to go forward, you move it down to go backwards, you put it in the middle for neutral. And maybe with the help of an electronic clutch, you just let out on the clutch once it's going forward, and that's it, and the tractor takes care of the rest. It knows when it needs to engage 4 wheels. It knows. I mean, you can set the RPM still manually with the little, with either a lever or something like that. But most of the time, the tractor will take care of itself. But yeah, the only reason I know about the renting thing is because I did the exact same situation as you. The state, we had a tractor go down that the state owned, and it needed a bunch of work done to it to fix the problem. So we were going to be down a tractor for the summertime for mowing out on the interstate. Well, if you know how much mowing we actually do with tractors, that's 36 miles each direction plus an extra 36 miles because the reason I say that's because you got the huge ditch on either side of the interstate, which there's 36 miles going one direction and there's 36 miles going the other. Then you got the 36 miles in between the 2 interstates, that centerpiece that we have to mow. Plus then there's the 2 highways that we have to take care of for mowing as well, going north, south, east, and west. And those have, exorbitant miles as well for how much mowing that's there and back. And that's not one trip either, going either direction on any of that stuff. That's multiple runs. Because we mow all the way up to the fence, up to the farmer's fence line. and that's usually 4 to 5 rounds doing all of it, if you're going to do all of it. So having only one tractor to mow with really hinders our ability to mow. Hell, even 2 is not really enough, but 2 is what we got. So it's just like, oh yeah, so the state just rented the tractor. Take somebody with you in the pickup and then go pick it up and drive it back to the shop so we can inspect it ourselves and get it hooked up to the mower deck, so we can go mowing tomorrow. So they went out there and they're just like, oh yeah, and I was just like, so I asked the guy, so do you just rent out tractors that you're gonna sell, or do you like do something different? And he's just like, oh, we have the tractors we're gonna sell, usually brand new, and sometimes we will sell the rented ones, or the ones we've rented out as well as used, but most of the time we have a separate line. We actually have specific tractors picked out that people can rent or companies can rent, and then we have the other line that the tractors that nobody ever touches, that get sold, basically. The only time they get touched is for cleaning. So that people will buy a brand new clean tractor. It's just like, yeah, and then what they do is when they get the tractor back from whoever was renting it for however long, it doesn't matter, they do their own inspection and they also do their own maintenance and stuff like that on it. But for that kind of stuff, you pay a high price to rent, because that stuff is that those tractors are, to buy them outright is massive amounts of money, and nobody's really gonna do that unless you're a farmer. I think only farmers would have the money to be able to buy something like that outright and not have a second thought about it, you know.
About it now.
Yep, it's like what a lot of people do is just basically like a rent to own. They'll pay so much money a month, and they'll use the equipment in the meantime, and then eventually they will own it. But doing that also costs you way more money than buying it outright, because interest fees and all that. Essentially what a bank does when you borrow money. That's how they make it. How they make their money. It's interest fees. Are we getting any closer?
This thing was running out of gas like 10 minutes ago. It was on red, and I just said, fuck it.
Yeah. Interesting. So it still runs, huh?
I mean, it got red, and now I ran out of fuel, and I have no idea where it's at on the fuel gauge because it's, I can't see it.
But it's still running. Alright. I mean, if it's gonna let you run it with no fuel in it, why not? Run her till she blows. I'm not a fan of that saying anymore. Like, as a younger, I used to be a fan of that. Just be like, oh yeah, just run it till she blows. Okay. That means I don't have to worry about anything. Nowadays, it's like, run it till she blows. Are you sure? You really want me to do that? Because I won't put a second thought into it. Once I start, that's it. I'll run it till she blows and you can't be mad.
I will run it. Till either it stops or the wheels fall off.
Yeah. I did get told one time we were trying to pull out a pickup that had been sitting somewhere for maybe 10 years, maybe longer. Like, it had not moved. Once it was set there, that's where it sat for 10 years, maybe longer. He didn't quite specify. I hooked my pickup up to it because we needed to move it. I guess after 10 years sitting. And he's just like, yeah, they hooked it up to the ball joint on the bumper. It had one of those. It was like an old Ford, I think. A little tiny Ford pickup. And he hooked it up to the ball joint, and then, hooked up to the back of my pickup. And Hovis hops in the front seat to steer it, so that once it gets moving, he can steer it, That way I can just continue pulling. And the guy that owns this pickup, he said, yeah, just once you're ready to go, just yank it out of there if it won't move. And I'm like, okay, well, so I give it a few little tugs, and it's still not moving. It's, like I said, it's been sitting in here for probably 10 years, maybe longer, who knows. So where the tires were, that vehicle had sunk into that ground almost up to the frame. It had been sitting like that for a long time. He's just like, yeah, just so I'm giving it a few yanks. It's not moving. Given that my truck is a 96 Chevy Silverado 1500. My truck is much bigger than that little Ford. It is much bigger and has probably a lot more torque and stuff. It should be able to pull this thing without no problem whatsoever. Even being an off-road pickup, shouldn't have no issues. But being stuck like that, I was unable to move it. I was just spinning tires trying to get it to move because I'm on dirt. It's on dirt. There's no traction really to be had if you're pulling something like that. So the guy just comes up to me with his little ATV, and he's just like, I told you to give it a yank. And I'm just like, I am. It's not moving. He's like, no. I was just, it's just like, just give it a real hard yank, and it'll come free. It'll get out of there. I was just like, okay, well, what about your bumper? It's going to rip that off. And he's like, well, if it rips it off, it wasn't a very good bumper to begin with. That was it. I was just to yell out the window to Hovis, okay, are you ready? And he's like, yeah, because I'm going to pull you. I'm going to yank it as hard as I can. The guy's like, yeah, tear his ears off. He told me to send it, and I fucking did. We had a, what we did was we put a bunch of tires over the chain, by the way, just to be safe. In case the chain snapped, what would happen if the chain snapped is it wouldn't go flying. So what you can do to keep the chain from flying if it does snap under high tension like that, you can put tires or put the chain through a bunch of tires. So if the chain does snap, it doesn't fly away. It'll just go to the ground. Well, I yanked it. That bumper held on as well. And luckily, Hovis was smart enough to put his seatbelt on. Because if he didn't, he would have went face first into that steering wheel. I yanked it so fucking hard that I went forward when it finally pulled loose. It finally hit that tension point, and I just went, yanked it right out of there. Never done anything like that before, but that was a lot of fun. Little Ford. The bumper held on too. I'm surprised as well, because considering that truck was sank into the ground. You figure rust and stuff would have gotten to it, to the framing and whatnot. Sitting on the ground like that, but no, it was just fine. Once we got it out of the hole, then we went ahead and put some spare tires on there, because obviously they were all flat. Sitting that long. But yeah, and then, oh my gosh, this flashing. My graphics card is hating life right now. Keeps flashing white. It only does it at night, so I'm guessing it's shadow related, so then graphics card related. But that is okay. I'm trying to push all this dirt that way, towards that pile. That way it's not so easy to get stuck on stuff. Because we know how this game is. Loves to get stuck on things. Even though it shouldn't. We're getting there, though. It's got to be the biggest dig project we've done so far. Snuck some dirt. And the hole we're in right now, you also can't say that you shouldn't be using a dump truck. This is a dump truck must, this job, because there's nowhere to go with the dirt. Since the hole expands all the way to the solid concrete wall. So you have to use a dump truck to get rid of it. It's not like some of those other jobs where we were using dump trucks. We could have just dug the dirt and thrown it over the little line. You're on a bit of an incline there. He's still out of fuel.
Oh yeah. Don't know how it's going, but it is.
If it works. Yep. In the good name of Todd Howard, it just works.
Damn straight.
I just love how much of a meme that had become. So good.
Shit the bed so poorly with that game, and the PR was just an absolute nightmare.
Yep. And he first said that when it came to the Skyrim thing. He had said that at iconic line. When it came to Skyrim, it just works. And then it just became, with Fallout 76, just became a fucking hilarious fucking thing that now it's a big old joke on the internet. Because that. So, in a joke like that where you have screwed up so badly you become a meme, is that good PR or bad PR?
It's a bit of both, really. Because people are like, I'm never going to touch that game must be hot garbage, but it's like, I want to see how bad that game actually is.
That is true, yeah. I could see that. Definitely. It's just like there was an exact time where I was hearing all the bad stuff about Fallout 76, and there was a point where I did want to purchase it to see just how bad it was. Of course, I would have probably returned it immediately if I could.
Oh, well, you know, for a while, they were not doing refunds at all.
Mm.
It's like if you have opened the game, like a digital copy, it's like you bought the game and you opened the game, you can't get a refund.
Oh yeah, but that was with a lot of disc games as well. That
No,
experience.
this was a digital copy.
Oh, digital. Okay.
Yeah, like
so
you
for
opened
some
the game,
reason,
like in your system, you
Yeah.
opened the game. It's like,
okay, I see.
go fuck yourself.
I see. That's why I was confused. It's like I thought you meant disc copy
Yeah,
when you opened
and
it.
it was funny because there was people that had, you know, returned the game after 24, 36, 48 hours of gameplay. And then there were those who had played it 30 minutes, said this is shit, and then they said, no, we won't return it to you. But the person that played it for like 2 days, they said, yeah.
Yeah, which yeah. So it wasn't released to Steam at that time then?
I no, not at the time because they had their own Bethesda network thing going.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, I know it is Steam's policy that it doesn't matter what game it is. The refund policy is there, and it doesn't matter what game it is. Steam will refund your money after 2 hours of gameplay or 2 weeks of owning it, either or. It's just like that's what I was thinking. I was just like, how was that working out then if they're not gonna return? But that's just like, okay, yeah, they had their own place where you could purchase the game. And you know, something I've always thought comes to when it comes to the Steam, it was Steam's policy, the return policy. I think it should be judged on a game by game basis because for a few reasons. One of the main reasons being that there are some games where you can play the entire game on Steam after you purchase it. You can play the entire game in the under 2 hours, and then return it for full money back. So you essentially played an entire game for free. So you could do that. So I think it should be judged on a game by game basis on how far, and maybe even get the developer themselves involved as far as how far they're willing to let people, or how many hours they're willing to let people play before the return thing. Because there's some games, this one included, where the tutorial is longer than 2 hours, where you can't even get into the full gameplay in those 2 hours. It's not possible. You can't even get the full game mechanics or be able to make a full you can't even make a full decision on whether you want to keep the game or not, because of those 2 hours that you played the game, you deciding on keeping it or whatever was not possible within those 2 hours. And then there's also the situation like I've had before with Steam's policy, those 2 hours, where I had a game that was a poor port, and took me hours upon hours of setup time just to get the game working so that I could play it and decided if I wanted to keep it or not. Where it looks promising, but it does not want to work. But I'm willing to try and put in some of that work myself to make the game function. But the only problem with that is 2 hours is not a lot of time if you're willing to do that. There was, I can't remember the game's name, but it took me around 3 hours to even get the game to open to the main menu. But the only problem is every time you launch the game's timer for how much you've played the game starts immediately as soon as you hit that play button on Steam. So that's the fault of that as soon as you hit that play button, if the application is functioning according to Steam, even if it's not doing anything, that's hours counted towards your playtime. Now they used to, a while ago, they used to do exceptions to the rule if it was exorbitant, like reasons. Like certain games, like, yeah, they're en masse, this game is being shown not to function, but people are trying to play it anyways, and they're going past the 2 hour mark. They were willing to make an exception for that. And whatnot, but now it's a no exception policy. 2 hours or 2 weeks. Whatever comes first is what makes you ineligible for return. No exceptions. Which I think is not a good way of going about that, but it is what it is, I suppose. You just have to deal around it, and if a game's not going to function, you got to make a decision pretty damn quickly on whether you're going to try and make that game function or just return it and say, to hell with it, I'm not going to even waste my time. And the potential of being stuck with a game that doesn't work. And I know one game in particular that I had trouble with, that Steam was not willing to even give me a chance at a return. And I don't know why. There were some weird things going around. It was called Bully Scholarship Edition.
Oh, yeah?
I still own that game on Steam. I was unable to return it. I had 20 minutes on the game trying to get it to work. I could not get it to work. I tried some fixes that I found online, Reddit, stuff like that, YouTube. None of the fixes were working for me. The game would get to the main menu, and after you hit play, it would start the cutscene and then crash. Because there's a cutscene right at the beginning as soon as you hit play new game. There was a cutscene at the very beginning of it, and it would crash immediately after that cutscene would start, and I could not get it to function. So then, I went to Steam saying, hey, I'm going to return this game. And they were saying, they wouldn't give me any details, but they said due to blah, 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 whatever they wanted to insert in there, we are unable to return this game. So contact Rockstar Warehouse. That's the company that issues the game to us. You have to go through them for a refund. So I went through them for a refund, and they told me they could not refund it because it was available on Steam, so you have to go through Steam to get their refund. So I immediately forwarded the email to my ticket there on Steam, And they said, no, that's a Rockstar Warehouse issue. You have to get the refund for them through them. You cannot refund it through us. And I went back to the Steam warehouse, and they would not give me a reply on my ticket. I guess they were just done dealing with me. And I still own that game. And it still refuses to function. I have tried every now and again. I'll go back to it and go, hey, I wanted to see if I could play this now. Maybe there's a better fix for it. It's been a few years. Nope. It's like there's something weird about that just would not work. And over the years, I have accumulated up to an hour or so on that game for game time, and have yet to get past the main menu. But it's way past its 2-week time as well, so even if they were to reconsider a refund on that, their policy says no exceptions on the time as far as owning it, so because I've had it for years now. We're 90% of the way digging this hole at almost 4.5 hours.
Yeah, I think we might get this dug out tonight.
Yep, and then that'll be it. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, this is a big project. No wonder it's 4.3 mil, something like that. Is because of this specific part. And I still think that if you're going to make us dig out this much, well, I guess not make us, I did choose it technically. Then you should at least improve the mechanics of digging, improve how the machines handle around off-roading and digging, stuff like that, so it's not as annoying to deal with. Uh-oh, I'm stuck. Let me go! That right there. Why did I get stuck to that dump truck? I got crash welded onto it. And for those who don't know, when it comes to video games, the term crash welding comes from BeamNG Drive, actually. Because famously in BeamNG Drive, when you crash two vehicles into each other, they tend to crash weld themselves together. And I think the term crash welding itself probably also comes from the real world as well, more than likely.
Yeah.
To where if two vehicles crash in such a way, they can actually somewhat weld themselves together in a way where it's really hard to pull them apart. I guess, yeah. That probably applies to the laws of thermodynamics, I think. I think term crash weld could be a reality if you were to crash an object into another object at a high enough speed with enough friction, it would create enough heat to weld itself together. But that's also why I said the term crash welding in the world of video games comes from BeamNG Drive. But yeah, I suppose it would be possible. If you were to crash two things that could be welded together with enough heat. It's like welding. It's like rust weld. or heat weld, where something gets hot enough to weld itself together without ever needing a welder. Like rusty parts, for instance. Rusty bolts and nuts that have been on an exhaust for 20 plus years. Or 10 to 20 years, I should say. 10 to 20 years tend to weld themselves on, and the only way they're coming off is if they're liquid. That's always sad to see, but I guess it's probably for the best. If it's that rusted and old that it won't come apart. That if it was to break loose, you should probably replace it. This is probably compromised. Which reminds me of too, I still have yet to install those studs on my exhaust manifolds. I got a new stud. Yeah. I got a new stud kit because I did have to. There was two of the 6 nuts, because there's 3 per exhaust manifold. 2 of them, one on each one, had to be turned to liquid.
Can't be tight if it's a liquid.
Yep. But that was by far not the only torching I did that night. I did have to torch all 6 nuts on that exhaust. It's just 2 of them did not come loose. The other ones, being hot enough to almost be liquid, were able to be turned off with a impact. The other 2 was not. Even with a ratchet with a super long handle, was not taking those suckers off. I was trying my damnedest to not turn those to liquid. But nope. That was my entire source of frustration that night. Underneath the pickup, with the torch above me, because that's the only way to see what you're doing, is to be underneath your torch, essentially, and trying not to get hit by puddles of hot magma, essentially. Trying to pull 6 nuts off that turns a maybe 20-minute job into about 4 hours. It's like I could have torched all of them, said to hell with it, but at that point I didn't know if I was going to need to. So I did give it a chance to come loose before turning it to liquid. Because I don't have, I don't have the money to replace exhaust manifolds for that pickup. Even though, yes, they are cheap in the realm of parts, they are still expensive to me. I think they're, for brand new ones, they're a little over $100, I think, a piece. And then for even used ones that have been, sandblasted and cleaned up, they're still like $70, $80. Because it is still a solid chunk of iron.
Oh, yeah.
That's in a specific shape. And iron has been real expensive lately.
Everything has, though.
Well, yeah, everything has, but I think iron, parts that are made of iron for car parts have definitely went up in the recent year or so. Recent year to year and a half. Or anything that has special metals as well. Aluminum, I think, is the only thing that's stayed relatively cheap comparatively to everything else. Like aluminum parts are still, they definitely went up, but they didn't increase as much as iron did. We're almost done digging, 93%. Kind of digging along this wall here. I'm at a third, I would say, third tank of gas on this one. About half on maintenance. I do like that the vehicles get dirty. Pretty happy about that. Because that's something that's not needed in a game like this that they could have skipped out on. Or the company could have definitely said, no, you can't, our vehicles can't be dirty. So you cannot make our vehicles dirty. If you do, you can't have the license.
Yeah, some companies, I'm trying to remember what one it was. I think it's in Forza. Some of the more luxury companies. It's like the best you can do is maybe give it cracks or scratches on the windshield.
Yeah, that's why the crash engine for Forza is such shit. Is because most of those companies cannot, or they don't allow that. I looked into the very specifics of that one. I was just like, this is such an awesome, kind of arcade simulation racing game. It's so good, and they put so much money into this game and stuff. Why is the crash engine such shit? Why? Yeah. So I looked it up. And it's because most of those companies, like I said, they refuse to let their vehicles be more than just a few light scratches and maybe a cracked window. That's about it. Otherwise, they can't obtain the license. Which I think is ridiculous. Like, oh, it makes our company look bad when vehicles get broken and stuff like that. It's like, it's a video game. Most people are going to be playing that game, are going to be racing fast cars and crashing them and stuff like that. They're not going to go, oh, Ferrari crashes. I can't, I'm never going to buy a Ferrari now. It's like, who the fuck is going to buy a supercar and then play? I guess there are a few people nowadays, but this is like, who's gonna own supercars and not buy a supercar because they crashed one in a video game? Maybe, I guess. There are some dumb people out there that would do that, but I think the majority of us gamers would just go, oh, that's cool, it crashes, and then move on with their lives. That's as far as that conversation would go. I think the only one that would be at risk, and I'm just gonna straight out come out and say it. The only one that'd be at risk is tarnishing their reputation for crashing is maybe Porsche.
Yeah.
Because if you could allow that, I think some video game companies or some video game developers that have cars crash, if they could have a Porsche crash, they would more likely have it crash in a way that it would always catch on fire into a giant fireball. But
kind of like a Ford Pinto.
Yep. I was getting ready to say, yep, that Porsche is not the only one that has stories like that. That has been with their name for a long time. Yep, good old Ford Pinto. and because of their poor location of the fuel tank. I mean, that's the only place they could put the fuel tank, but still, they could have been a little more inventive with it to make it a little more safe. You're into Ford Pinto and it could catch on fire. There's not much between the rear bumper and that fuel tank there. Of course, if I had the chance to own a Ford Pinto, a running one, I definitely would. Just for the vintage of it. I would definitely toot around at a little Ford Pinto. That thing would be extremely gas efficient, I would say, due to the tiny engine in there. I mean, sure, it's carbureted, but still, that thing like sips fuel. It takes little sips, especially if you could get that. If you can get that carburetor in such a way, because we do have modern parts, you could definitely make that carburetor a lot more fuel efficient than it was when it walked off the showroom floor. With modern parts, you could definitely do some things to that, like get special fuel lines that wouldn't allow or would mitigate vapor locking and stuff like that. A special system around the carburetor that keeps it cool to keep it from evaporating fuel during the hot months. I was getting ready to do what you were doing. I was just doing that.
I just saw you pop and go flying away.
I landed on my wheels. I win. Nah, I think I'm stuck in a part of the map I'm not supposed to be. Let's see, can I don't think I can get out of here, can I? No, never mind. I might, well, if I get past this bush that seems to be solid like a brick wall, if I get past this, I can get back into that parking lot over there. That was amazing, though. It is bugs like that I don't always mind. I think those are hilarious. You just go flying away because of something stupid. Oh. Hey, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back to Digging Pitland. Oh man, that's a lot of digging. I'm gonna try and push all this dirt towards you. That way you don't have to move as much. little too close there. I made you a happy little excavator. Push the dirt up there, and your excavator just started hopping. Little hops. Like, I'm happy. I will tell you, though, over the weekend and into this, and just about into this week, before the weekend, I definitely had a sickness that was definitely something to be reckoned with. I'm still recovering from it. I've been sick since last Friday. Over a week. No, not this last Friday, but the Friday before that. I'd been sick all week up until this last Friday, and then this weekend I started to get better from it. It was not fun. I think it was a sinus infection, to be honest, because well, first it was flu. It was definitely a mild flu. And then I got over the flu within a few days.
Well, that flu always brings in, a second wave of bullshit, whatever it may be.
Yep. I had.
Whenever I get the flu, I get strep.
Oh, yeah.
And if,
But this was a nasal infection that I have never experienced. It was so bad because basically my nasal cavity had completely clogged up just like it normally would with the cold or whatever. But it would get so clogged up it would start to be extremely painful, and then I'd get these headaches, these pounding headaches, and then you're supposed to avoid when you're clogging up and stuff like that. You're supposed to avoid decongestants unless you're getting over the sickness, because what your nasal tries to do, what your nose tries to do inside your nasal cavities, the reason it clogs up is because it tries to capture the infection inside of the whatever it's called, the snot, essentially. Yeah, the stuff that it builds up inside your nose. It tries to capture the infection, and then it'll make your nose run to try and flush the system out, or make you sneeze to try and flush it out. Stuff like that. It does all kinds of stuff like that. Well, I was getting all that simultaneously. It would congest really, really badly to the point where I'd get these headaches for one day, and then the next day, my nose would be running 24/7 constantly, like all fucking day. Every couple of seconds, I'd have to stop and blow my nose and wipe my nose, just because it was basically like having a nosebleed that wouldn't stop. And then the next day, it would clog up and be clogging up, headache-inducing. And yeah, I'd have no fucking energy and coughing and sneezing. And then the next day, it was running. It was the most miserable I had ever been in a long time. It had gotten so bad that I was coughing so much and stuff like that. I had completely lost my voice. Every time I tried to talk, I'd have a little bit of noise come out, and that was about it. But it got too bad to the point where I did have to use this This thing you buy from Walmart, it's like a genie lamp, essentially. And it's blue colored. And what you do is it comes with these saline packets, and you create this saline solution inside of it with some warm water. And then what you do is you tip your head sideways over a sink or whatever, because it's gonna make a mess. And you stick the tip of this thing in your nose, put your head sideways, and let it run through into your nasal passage. And it's supposed to clean out all of that. And it's really strange because it goes in one nostril and comes out the other. It was really strange. I've never had to do anything like that before. But even that would only last about an hour, and then it would immediately clog up again. It was, like I said, it was miserable. So miserable that I couldn't record videos last weekend. And then when I finally got over it, or started to get over it, all the way up until last Friday, I hadn't recorded any videos, and then I recorded all of them on Friday. Or not last Friday, but that Friday leading up to that Monday that I said I was sick, and we couldn't record this because throughout that weekend I had gotten over it quite a bit. I was feeling a little bit better, but then the nausea came back. So I couldn't do a video anywhere over an hour. I would start to get motion sickness. So that's why I didn't want to play this game, because it's just like I don't want to play anything where I have to record more than an hour, because I start to get that motion sickness, and then I'm useless for the rest of the day, basically. Yeah, I'm still getting over it. This sickness had hit me so hard. It had lasted from that Friday all last week up until today, and I'm still getting over it. I had recovered majorly over the weekend, but yeah, I'm still getting over it. I still have, my nose still tries to clog up a little bit here and there. I still have symptoms of a cold, basically. Just a mild cold, luckily, but I don't want to ever go through that again. I think I would rather have the flu than what I had over the week. At least a flu is easy to deal with. You just, take a bit of medication and go to bed. With that nasal infection, or whatever the hell it was that I had, you couldn't sleep. Your nasal passages caused so much pain, plus the headache, that I couldn't fall asleep. So I had to deal with it. All until I would hit the point where I was so exhausted that I couldn't stay awake anymore and would pass out. So yeah, I don't know what I had, but that was terrible. We're almost there. Just a little bit more. I'm trying to push dirt. Over to that far wall. Hey! Freaking get out of here, man. Oh my gosh. That was definitely the biggest digging job we had ever done. That one took all episode. Alrighty. It took, I still can't believe it. That took all.
Hey, you went from 2 to fucking 6.4 million.
Yes,
Or
I did.
2.9 to 6.4.
That's where the 2.3 million and 19,600 experience is what I just got paid.
I mean, I went from 21 to 23 level.
Yep, I'm also level 23. Damn. No wonder that paid so much. Because of that right there. Alright, I got some skill point. I got 2 skill points to spend.
Yep.
I think since we're past the digging stage, I'm gonna go for concrete viscosity, maybe. Yeah, because it's 2 points. I have 2 points to max that out, so. There. That's now maxed out. Cool. Awesome. But I think that's probably all we have time for. Given the time frame and all that. Or given the time for you,
yeah.
anyway. Because I can go on for probably another hour or so, but I know you can't.
I got work tomorrow.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Mhm.
But hey, we're a quarter of the way done, apparently.
I think everything is going to go a little bit better than that. It's going to be.
I mean, if that was literally half of it for a quarter of the stages, I think it should go a little quicker now.
Yeah,
But that was a bit fucking ridiculous.
a little bit, yeah. Like they did say in the previous update, update 2, that they did mess around with the um, high selection, the job scope high. They did mess around with that a bit more. And we didn't really know what that meant. I think we might have just figured that out.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm trying to find where's all my vehicle fleet. So I'm going to go ahead and. Is everything stored already or no?
No.
Okay.
But it shouldn't take too long to store everything.
Yeah, we should store everything so it gets fixed and fueled for free.
Yeah, because I already sent back some stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's everything.
It looks like everything is stored.
If I press up, yep, the crane's the only thing I can go to. Okay, perfect. I am going to. No, I'm going to leave that for next time because I don't want to reload and then have my material disappear because of some weird bug. Cool. Yeah, this actual job, I think for both of us, probably would have taken a week to dig out fully like that, like it is.
It was crazy.
Hmm. But I guess until next Monday.
Yep. You got that hammer over there, right?
I think I did. I'm pretty sure I did. I'm gonna
It
go
was
look.
over by the 5-prong propeller.
Yeah, I think so. I'm gonna run over and take a quick gander, but I'm pretty sure I did.
It would be right here.
I think that. Oh, I fell. Yeah, I do remember being by that propeller when I went over there. It's okay.
Oh, somebody's been spray painting graffiti. How dare they?
You know, I was hearing that some people that owned some buildings with some bare walls um, were paying one particular anonymous spray painter to um, spray paint something on the wall.
I found another one. I'm all the way over here by this marina.
He found another hammer.
Yeah.
But yeah, and apparently this spray painter, this famous spray painter, nobody knows their
Banksy.
Yeah, it's like nobody knows their identity, their
Yep.
actual identity.
Yep.
It's like that's pretty fucking cool. Even though,
Banksy is some person.
yeah. Yeah, look at this marina. Yeah. So we're just basically expanding. Oh, I gotta go this way. We're just basically expanding this into a private marina. Uh-oh. I'm stuck. No.
Whatever it may be. Goodbye.
It's okay, it put me up on the road. Oh, you see it? I should be able to get down from there.
Yep.
Did you Wilhelm scream into the water?
Oh, I jumped right on into it.
I do like that the character takes a second to climb over stuff, rather than it just being a solid wall that you can't jump over. I do appreciate that little touch. Look, somebody's in a boat with their hands in the air. Look at him go.
I know, right?
He's like, look, Ma, no hands.
Okay. Anyway.
Fun. Oh, I love the cars loading in. The interiors don't load in until the car gets really close.
Yeah.
Pretty smart, I guess, because you wouldn't usually be paying attention to the traffic.
Oh yeah, no, not at all. Yeah, I think I'm gonna.
Go poof.
Yes, I just saved. And poof.
Yeah, poof you go. Alrighty. Talk with you later.
Yep, don't you have too much fun, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, dude, have a good one. Take care.
You too. Okay. How did the call go? And there's 3 emojis. Thanks, Discord. Yeah, we were in a Discord call is how we usually do that. Download Discord today. I've become an advertisement all of a sudden. But yeah, like we've said before, that's going to be it for this episode of Construction Sim. So I know there's a lot of boring bits to it and whatnot, but I do hope you enjoyed. And the stuff we talk about here, you know, take everything with a grain of salt, all that, you know, all that goodness. Don't take it to heart or whatever. If you have a difference of opinion to us, just go, yep, they have a difference of opinion. They're allowed to be wrong. Move on with your life. That's what I say. Anyway, even if we're wrong, we're allowed to be wrong. But yeah, like I said before, hope you enjoyed. And until next time, until next Monday when we record another one, until then, I guess it's a goodbye as I slowly skate sideways with my broken controller. A goodbye.